The second edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic presented by United Healthcare, rolling out of the start line from Sparks, Maryland, as the professional peloton gets ready for 121.8 miles, 196 kilometers on tap today. Brad Zoner here with four-time U.S. professional national champion Freddie Rodriguez, who is also celebrating his 50th birthday today. Happy birthday, Freddie. Great to have you here.
Thanks for having me. It's a great moment. Not only for me, it's my first day doing this. I'm excited to partake in this and see some amazing racing out there.
Well, big-time bike racing is back in the United States, the second year here for the Maryland Cycling Classic presented by United Healthcare. The one-day race here, Freddie, really unique. It's a long one at 121.8 miles, but it is a brutal course here. Lots of ups and downs, a beautiful route on tap for the riders today. It's going to be a hot one out there as well.
It's going to be very hot. We're talking close to 96, 97 degrees. We're talking 10 degrees. We're talking 10 degrees warmer than last year. That's going to play a crucial moment. We were just talking about what race could we compare this to? What European race? What U.S. race? I mean, my closest thing would be Lancaster, maybe one of the classics in Wallon region. So it's going to be a tough day.
You see those weather conditions going to continue to climb throughout the day. It's going to get even warmer by the time they finish up at the end of the day here, and right around 5 o'clock in downtown Baltimore should be about 90 degrees Fahrenheit on the finish line. So it'll be hot all the way through the end of the day today.
Wow. You can see the guys already, probably really anxious, knowing a lot of the guys already knowing what happened last year, knowing how hard the first part of the race was. So I anticipate a very active start of a race.
Riders are in a roof neutral section before they hit 0K. They'll roll about a half a mile before racing gets underway, just getting them out of some of the more populated parts, starting at Kelly Benefits headquarters out there at 1 Kelly Way. No, you had a chance to get out there and ride yesterday with the Bridges of Hope charity ride.
Yeah, what a perfect moment to kind of go check out the roads, experience what these guys are going to experience. I had some crampy legs at the end of the ride. Definitely knowing what these guys are going to feel. So it's one of those courses where you really have to be efficient in your effort. You have to be smart. You have to be in the right places. You have to be with the right people, and just make sure you don't miss those modes.
And here we go. They are just past that 0K marker. You're already starting to see these splits going. Look at this. Human Powered Health getting on the front saying, let's go. They know exactly how this played out last year, Freddie. We saw the initial split form early. I believe this is Stephen Bassett trying to get things started right now. But with so many ups and downs on this course, these guys know that this split is going to come early. If you're not part of that first selection, you could ruin the rest of the day for yourself right here.
Yeah, you got to start paying attention at not only which of your teammates are supposed to be covering these moves, but what other teammates go across. You want to send contenders with contenders, but you also want to make sure you're saving your main guys. So right now, you probably send up some. It's a little bit up in the air. I'm expecting an open race. And
now Astana going to try and put some guys up the road here, looking for a little bit of help.
Yeah, as you see, as soon as the first group gets caught, you see the reaction from the rest of the guys that want to basically. There's a bit of a lull. As soon as that group gets caught, you have the next group behind is coming with more speed and trying to take advantage at that moment.
You can see the field favoring left side of the road here.
Yeah, I mean, they have so much coverage from the tree coverage. I'm not sure if the wind's going to be super crucial, but definitely the undulating sides of the road, finding the right side of the road. Sometimes it's just you're trying to create space for yourself. So sometimes when you have the speed, you cross to the side. You might go to the side and you try to create a little more space for yourself.
So much of this is going to depend on the course as well. There's really very few flat parts of this course. I mean, you're pretty much always going up or down. They're not big climbs. They're not big ups and downs, but 2, 3, 4%. That's going to add up throughout the day, up and down constantly.
Oh, it definitely adds up. I mean, like you see right now, they've just slowed down. Like you're seeing their RPMs drop and basically showing us that they're going uphill. So if you underestimate those 250 meters of climbing and give it too much energy, over the course of 120 miles, that adds up. So you have to almost think of it as a long. So look at the yellow right now. There's a bit of a lull in the group. This is where people start thinking, do I try to move now? Do I wait? Are we waiting to go over the top of that little climb and try to surprise somebody in?
And that's really what it's going to be about, catching some riders off guard here. There was also a lot of talk about the team sort of changing the strategy after last year's race. Now that they sort of understood how this course would play out, the teams would be a little more attentive on the front, a little more aggressive in trying to get into that group. A lot of riders use the term negative racing because they're all going to be looking at each other, knowing that these early splits may be the race-winning moves.
I mean, I think Nielsen Palusanowski talked about it in the press conference yesterday, that basically he had a plan, but as soon as the race started, he felt the difference in the course, felt the difference in the riders, that the plan had to change, and that's how he made the breakaway.
Project Echelon up to the front now. They try and lead it out with Steven Vogel.
And here you have a young team, and their job is to try to get into the early moves, make the race, have the top level riders come to them. Be the guy that initiates the attacks and hopefully get ahead of the game.
And now, this is how it's going to happen. You see these guys attacking out of the group, these quick, clean snaps. That's what it takes to get away from a group like this. With so many attentive riders and attentive teams on the front, if you just try and roll away from this one, you're going to have a hard time getting away. But they are already starting to string this one out single file just a few kilometers into this, and they have hit out early, Freddie.
Yes, definitely. I mean, when you look at this, you're looking at numbers. You're looking at situations with who you're with, who's not here, who's covering it, who missed it, and until you get that perfect equation, a perfect group that really works, it's not going to stick. As you look at, you see the group kind of moving left and right. I mean, that has nothing to do with the win. That's riders trying to see if they can find space to make an attack like that. Yep. There you go.
It's going to be one of the white jerseys, I believe. Maybe a Legion of Los Angeles jersey. See if we get a better shot from up top. And now the crucial time right now, this decision-making point. Do you go with this move or not? And Freddie, you're going to make this decision 100 times today if you're in this field. How do you decide which move to go with, which move you stay back with? As this is a Legion of Los Angeles rider. I believe Corey Williams maybe trying to take a look here.
When you look at it, I mean, of course we have different strategies. Different teams have different roles, and some teams say, let's have 4 guys to cover a move. Let's have the whole team cover a move. So it's depending on on how they want to play it out. But you have 4 guys, and then you split the roles. So not every time does the same guy go. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Sometimes it's one guy goes again because he's in the right situation. So it's always changing. So it's very dynamic, and there's no playbook to this. It's basically we're living, we're deciding on the moment in the action that happens.
I hear a lot of riders compare the early breakaway forming to playing poker. You're waiting until you get just the hand that you want, and when you get one that you really feel good about, you go all in on it. So you're constantly making those decisions. Do you fold or do you raise?
Exactly. And even we just saw that corner. You see those guys coming out of the back. By not knowing the course, by not being in the right place, they could get caught in a situation. Now the energy that you have to expend to be in the back of this group at this moment is so much higher. You're basically, it almost feels like you're going 10 miles an hour faster in the back. So making that decision to be at the right place at the right time to make that left turn.
I always say there are 2 types of riders at the back of a bike race. There are riders that are there because they want to be there, because they're sitting in the draft. And then there's the riders that are there because they have to be there, because they're just hanging on, trying to hold on to this group. You will see those riders who get down towards the end of the day. Is there any reason to be at the back of the group right now? I mean, is there a good, legit reason to be back there at this point?
I would say when you when you see that happen in high-level racing, it's because you've already figured out a tradition of the racing. But this is such a new race. This is only our 2nd year. We already know it's very volatile, and so this is a race you have to race from the front. Save energy by being at the right place at the right time at the front. So there's no reason to be in the back other than you're going to get bottles for your teammate, or a teammate got left behind. You're trying to get him back to the front, because it is a team sport where you're working together. So if a teammate's right now at the back, I shouldn't be seeing if I was running, if I was a director of my team, I should not be seeing any of my guys laying at the back right now, because this is a critical moment of the race. We know the race can go right away, and I want to make sure my players are all at the front.
A few riders trying to jump out of the field. They're trying to join this group that has gone away up the road with a Toronto Hustle rider, Human Powered Health, and Legion of Los Angeles, putting 3 riders up the road. See who they're working with, starting with Toronto Hustle's Carson Miles, the Canadian. Legion of Los Angeles has Alec Cowan up there. And then Human Powered Health in the group with Stephen Bassett as well. It's a good break of 3.
Well, as you see right now, we have some of the domestic teams putting a big effort. So I feel like the World Tour teams are thinking about, do I make a move now? Do I wait? And as you see right now, somebody's coming across. We don't know who it is, but this is a point where how far along do I let this breakaway go before I put one of my guys? And who's in there? So from the way it's adding up right now, I don't see any real contenders going across into that breakaway. So all the top teams are waiting.
They have just added 2 more riders that bridged up. I saw a Novo Nordisk and a Team Medellin rider making it up there. Now Astana going to try and bridge as well. That will be Manuel Boaro, the Italian, on the Astana team. You see 2 more have added in there. Try and get IDs on the Novo Nordisk and Medellin riders.
And so we go into that. Right now we have an Astana rider. It's one of the top teams in the race. But is it one of their key guys? So from the reaction from the peloton, it tells me that it's not.
And not a lot of worry back there in the group, but that is the best case scenario for a breakaway here, is that the field doesn't take these guys seriously, looks at them and says it's just some domestic teams. We don't need to worry about those guys. And then before you know it, you got a situation on your hands like last year where we saw a small group go to the line together.
And possibly you have another breakaway that goes across them, because it is going to be a hard race. My feeling is we're going to have a very, very aggressive first start, even though this group is going to go away. It's a really hard course. So there's places where you can break this race apart. So I could see these guys getting an advantage, settling into the pace, and possibly even have some other guys come across.
Remember, first KOM points come early on in this race, about 37 kilometers in, 23 miles raced. They'll hit their first King of the Mountain at Tierney Lane. So these guys in the breakaway may be looking at some of these early King of the Mountain points, but now starting to have more and more riders joining in. Legion going to put another one up there to join Alec Cowan. We'll see that as maybe Robin Carpenter trying to make this split. That would be a huge advantage for Legion if they were able to get one more into this front group. Although this group is getting a little big here. So confirming Beetle, the Novo Nordisk rider, along with Brian Sanchez, who has made it in for Team Medellin into that front group, and the second Legion rider has made it in here as well.
My feel right now is like this is the perfect breakaway for the race. This is the point where these guys want to make it to the next KOM with a gap. There could be another breakaway on the KOM, so to settle into a good pace, become a team. These guys are a team now right now, and you got to work together to get this gap.
Well, first major split of the day is away. This group has established themselves off the front with 117 miles of racing to go. We're underway in racing at the 2023 Maryland Cycling Classic. And a beautiful look at downtown Baltimore, Maryland, awaiting the arrival of our pro race here today, with Camden Yards just in the shadow of our complex here at the finish line, home of the current #1 ranked Baltimore Orioles. They'll be playing later tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks. 91 degrees out there right now in the harbor. Just a light wind at 6 miles an hour. That should stay calm for most of the day today, and we are expecting sunny weather all the way through the finish today. Some big stars signing in earlier today, including one of the big American favorites, Nielsen Palace with EF Education. We also have Simon Yates here racing with his Jayco team. He'll be another big one to watch if he can make it into that sprint. And then Team USA, the composite squad, coming with some real talent, including Matteo Jorgensen. Be some big eyes watching Jorgensen today.
Yeah, I'm very excited with Matteo being in this race. I think Matteo's had an amazing season. He's excited to be here. He has his team permission to come race with the USA team, and this is a moment where he can capitalize on an amazing race. I always loved coming back and racing US. Any chance I had, I remember doing that for the San Francisco Grand Prix, which was a very similar race to this, and have the opportunity to race with Stars and Stripes is an amazing moment for a young American rider.
So looking at our front group, already 15 minutes into this race, and we'll call this the first split of the day. These guys jumping off the front early. It started with 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, just adding single riders going across the gap. Pretty soon, that gap will get too big, and this break is going to establish itself. I see these guys staying out here for a while, the way things are going right now.
Yeah, Brad, I mean, the fact that a couple individuals have been able to jump across tells me that the peloton's happy with this move. Tells me that the main teams are happy that this move is going. It's settling the race. It's settling into a pace. And well, you definitely have right now we have the breakaway still settling into this move, but we have the field that still has to maneuver through all these up and downs and how windy this race is going to be. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out, and once we get back into the undulating climbs we have coming up.
Look at this profile. Up, down, up, down, up, down. A real sawtooth profile today.
And that's deceiving because there's only a couple of the up downs. If you really put together that graph, it's actually quantified by 100.
You see these guys at the back of the group now. Again, dangerous place to be because once that speed picks up, that snap, just like stop and go traffic, it takes a while until it telegraphs itself to the back of the field. But with a calm peloton with these guys away 15 seconds up the road, you can afford to kind of chill at the back of the group right now. So I think you're right, Freddie. It looks like this peloton is more than happy to let these guys roll away. They built up a 15-second lead right now, but that one seems to be on the way out for what is now 7 riders into this front group.
7 riders it's a perfect balance. You have enough riders that everybody can take a pull. You kind of see how the peloton is, their little peloton is like you pull off and you get a draft as you're pulling off. So there's enough riders that they can really get some speed. There's a draft happening here. So a lot of the guys are able to really just get rest and as they come through.
Beautiful view from our helicopter up above, really showing the speed on these narrow roads out there. And again, when you're using that downhill in this group, you're going to see pretty impressive speeds out there on a day like today. Average speed today, 27, 28, 29, somewhere around there.
I think it's going to be a little bit less than that with the heat and everything, yeah. But definitely, I mean, you saw how hard they were working there in the breakaway right now. They're still having to work really hard, and so that, they need to right now. They need to settle in the gap, make sure they get 15 seconds is not enough. 15 seconds is enough once they get into the hills that somebody can jump across. So they need to open up that gap. So they have to, these 7 riders need to really commit to this effort. It's a team time trial. We're going to work together, try to get that gap as high as possible. So hopefully, we don't encourage somebody to come across.
Well, you see this breakaway working incredibly well together. They've gotten into a rotation in that front group. Basically, each rider going to take a little bit of time at the front, creating a draft for the other riders behind them. They'll all work together in this front group because they've all got the same goal of trying to stay away from this field. So these 7 guys right now might as well be best friends. They've all got the same goal in mind of trying to stay away from this group. Now, that'll last until maybe the last 5 miles or so if they're able to stay away. But for now, might as well be a 7-man team time trial up the road.
Exactly. I mean, when you think about cycling as a sport, it's a team sport. But what's really unique about cycling, there we go. We got a little bit of an attack. So, it's now some riders are not settled in with this breakaway staying away, which makes sense. There's still a lot of teams that could get across. So when you think about it, it's a team sport. So, but you also have to be teammates with competitors at times, and compete against them. So it's that balance of like how much do you work together, and when you work together. And now is the point where you work together.
I'm wondering if some of the action that we saw from that main peloton may have come.
We got guys trying to go across.
Yeah. Now seeing 2 solo riders trying to jump across. So they looked up this road at this breakaway early and didn't like what they saw, but now that group has been away for a while, they're starting to build up time. These 2 riders are saying, you know what, I may have misread this breakaway at 7, so they're going to try and make it 8 and 9, try and get IDs on those riders going across the gap, but they like what they see up there.
So here we have to question, did the breakaway not commit 100% and give it 100% where they're actually getting a bigger gap? Because when it tells me they're only in 15, 20 seconds, it's not big enough. Or is it the field is not really liking this yet, and they're staying close enough that they can go across? You know, we couldn't really see the front of the field, but maybe there's guys setting tempo, trying to keep it close to, find a spot where one of their teammates can go across.
So the elbow flick right there from Hamish Beadle, the Team Novo Nordisk rider up on the front, telling the rider behind him that it's about to be his turn to take over. So just a little heads up for the rider behind. And now you see the peloton. Now you see the shape of this group starting to change. Single file on the front of this group. That tells me, Freddie, that they are lifting the tempo in this group. The peloton no longer calm.
No, I mean, it's definitely no longer calm. I'm gonna think that it's maybe some of the teams that are not as happy, but I would say for me the top teams are happy with this move, but it looks like here we have a
Project Echelon and Legion trying to go across. I think that's Vogel again. We saw him off the front earlier today. He was one of the early movers. Check that. That's going to be Hugo Scala. And they're going to come into this group. This is going to get real chaotic now, Freddie.
Yep.
All right, so again, that front group's still away. You're looking at the front of the peloton right now. Some of the higher tier teams now starting to make their way to the front.
I think they're just checking in. They just want to make sure they're in the game, but they don't want to be making the game right now. They want to basically follow along and see who really wants to race right now. Ideally, they don't want to be racing right now. They want to save as much as they can when they get closer to the finish of the race. But they also want to keep playing their cards and staying in the game.
So, Freddie, let's run through some of these teams in the Maryland Cycling Classic. This race really unique because it brings a few different levels of teams to racing here in the United States. So, hear us talking about domestic teams and World Tour teams. Take us through kind of the difference in the levels of teams and some of those teams that we should be watching out for.
I mean, you look at we got teams like Lidl Trek. We got EF. We have Team Jayco, we got Cofidis, we got Astana. These are the World Tour teams. These are the teams that are have the budgets to hire the best riders. They have the points. They're here to race. They're here to accumulate points for the whole season. And then you got the pro teams. The what we used to call the Conti teams. The Human Powered Health. Astana's now one of them. Israel's now one of them, and they're fighting for those positions to move around. And so, I mean, we got quality here. We got the fourth team in the world here. We have riders that are ranked in the top 20 in the world. So when you look at those dynamics, this is going to be a really great race.
Coming down to just over 110 miles of racing left. They are making their way out to Pretty Boy Reservoir here pretty soon. They'll be doing a couple loops around the reservoir before dropping back into downtown Maryland, downtown Baltimore, where we are here for the finish. You see the start rolling out. Nice. What was a calm start until we saw that early breakaway go. They're about right here on course right now, but it's really once they get out to that reservoir and start doing the big loops where we start to see some of the bigger climbing, some of the KOMs coming into play, and that's where the action's really going to start.
You see all the turning we have in here. I mean, when you have that much, when the roads are turning and winding through the countryside, it makes it for really hard to know where to be and when to be in the peloton. And sometimes it's even hard to see where you're going because you're coming in at high speeds. You're going 40, 50 miles an hour, coming into a corner you've never been on, and having to judge that speed, where you come in, where you not come in. And so these guys are managing that too. You know, managing that energy, being at the right place. If you, like we talked about, if you make that corner and the left turn and it's a fast downhill, you're spending a lot of energy.
And then after all the KOMs and sprints are taken care of, it's into the finishing circuits, another unique part of this run into Baltimore.
Yeah, it's we go back to a typical more circuit race where you have a nice circuit and you get to learn the course.
We'll go 3 circuits once they get into downtown Baltimore, so we will have a chance to sort of see the sprinters go at it. We saw it last year with that small group coming into town. It's one of the classic sort of bike race endings to a bike race, right? A small group coming into the line together, trying to figure out those tactics. But this finishing circuit creates a great opportunity to set up that battle because they have to deal with these turns. They have to deal with, even in town, there's some ups and downs on this course.
It is, and it's deceiving because you're coming off this hard course into these flatter roads. You think, oh, finally get a rest. But now the tactical game starts. You know, now the attacks happen. Now the attacks that really matter, because this is like you're in it to win it at that point, and you can't miss it. And if your legs are shot from a long day of racing, you start feeling it quickly. As we saw last year, the group basically fell apart.
Meanwhile, it looks like that front group has been absorbed. We'll be all back together at the front of the group now. These teams going to try and continue driving here. You see Cofidis up on the front. The French squad, Israel Premier Tech up there as well in the blue and white. Jayco going to put some riders up near the front as well. Just keeping an eye on things as they're waiting for the reset here. There will be another split that goes, or at least tries to go, on the beautiful roads just outside of Baltimore, starting in Sparks. Some great equestrian farms along the course. We'll pass some of those a little bit later today.
It made me want to move here. It was beautiful. I mean, the ride we had yesterday was just gorgeous. We had a little bit of better weather than the boys, not as hot. But yeah, these guys are going to be enjoying some amazing scenery. Not that they're looking too much themselves. They're focusing on the road in front of them. They're focusing on their teammates. They're focusing on their competitors. You definitely don't want to be back here. I mean, you do for this reason. Right now, the attacks are starting to happen. So you want to be the place where you can have control of the race, mostly towards the front of that little bubble. Where you can see the race, maybe not activate, but have your riders ready to be part of it.
As you see another split trying to form on the front. This is another hand being dealt. If you want to stick with the poker analogies from earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, we're already past that mark from last year where the break went away. So we're already seeing that standard that the guys set. It's like they all knew that this could be a race that goes early. When that happens and everybody's thinking the same way, it might take a little bit longer. So this might be more of a typical race that still might have a breakaway, but it's going to take a lot longer, which that means there's going to be a lot more tired guys.
Good look at Tom Scoyne back at the team cars. He was in that winning move last year, made that initial selection, so doesn't look like he is in as much of a hurry this year to get to the front of the race, back with the team car. So Scoyne staying calm early on here.
Yeah, you wonder sometimes maybe he's not. Sometimes it's hard to communicate through the radios, and you really want to have a good conversation with your director, which is the tactical person of the team. So he's probably going back there and wants to have a one-to-one with them and say, hey, what do you think? This race might be playing out in a different way. Should we stick to our strategy? Should we readjust? And then on the radio that might be hard to really translate.
So you see where the riders are right now, just about halfway to that first KOM of the day. They will do a total of 3 for the King of the Mountain competition presented by the state of Maryland. Race for points at the top of 3 of the biggest climbs along the route today, and whoever has the most points at the end of the day will be crowned the state of Maryland King of the Mountain champion.
As you see right there, the peloton is basically all just stacked up, which tells me that they're happy with this breaker right for this moment. And then as we can see right now, we don't see any of those top teams involved. So again, most of the reaction right now is from the domestic teams, and we see somebody just attacking off the field. So let's see if that opens it back up. Ideally, ideally you wanna keep this race going, but no, they let that guy go. Somebody just jumped away, so
Yeah.
they're happy with this breakaway. I mean, maybe the guys learned from last year. It's like, this is a tough race.
There is nothing clear in the sport of cycling than the message that this peloton is sending right now. The way that these guys are lined up across the road is a very loud message that they're not interested in what's happening up the road right now.
Yep. They're like, let's, by being at the front, by basically you're blocking the road. So everybody that's in front of that line says, I don't want to attack right now, and I don't want you behind me to attack. So by me blocking the road, it sends a message. And then what you would do to follow up with that is you would react immediately when the first guy goes, which would kind of tell everybody else, like, oh no, it's not going to be an easy getaway from this group. So it really sends a message to the peloton. We're happy with this breakaway. Let it go. But I have a feeling there's guys in that peloton that still want to race.
5 riders up the road. That's Kyle Murphy leading the way, former U.S. Pro National Champion, now riding with that Legion of Los Angeles team. I think Murphy's rocking the glasses from your era. He's got some old school shades on today. Take a look at those when we get back to the breakaway here. Murphy, guy in the white jersey at the very back of the group right here.
Oh yeah, look at that. Love it. A little retro going. I mean, that's one thing that you can. What's great about these races that allow the domestic teams to be involved. They could be a horse to be reckoned. We have to be. The Europeans might not know them. The director right now is like looking through the Palmares, going like, somebody research who this guy is. Is it dangerous? So that's part of racing. And sometimes guys end up winning big races because the other teams underestimate.
One of the Cofidis riders making his way back from the team cars here. If you're new to the sport of cycling, this rider is what's called a domestique. It is basically a team worker on the squad. Their job is to support the stars of the team, the finishers. In basketball, it's like the point guard or the pitcher or the quarterback or sort of whoever your main player is, whoever's got the best chance to win. So that rider just loading bottles into his jersey, and then he'll drop those off to the rest of his teammates in the group. Up to Stephen Vogel, the American on Project Echelon Racing, making a move. Looks like he is the rider that has left the peloton and is now trying to join that front group. Vogel should be able to make this split no problem. It's a good time to do it.
It's a good time to do it, but as you see, I'm looking at his body style. This guy's a big, strong guy. This is a hard course. He's going to be trying to get ahead of the game to get out of the hilly terrain and hopefully do it with the group that maybe rides it a little more smoothly. So going across is a good move for him, a good move for his team, and sending a message to the peloton that also they don't have to do any of the work if anything happens. Even though they're a smaller team, they probably wouldn't have to do any of the work. So but going back to your analogy on sports, my biggest, one of my favorite sports is European football, soccer, and I always try to tell people we have our strikers, our forwards that make the win. We have our midfielders, they're the supporters that help the riders that win the race, and then you have the defenders, and that's your core of the team. That's your domestiques, the guys that do all the hard work, and you need all three to make a cohesive team. And depending on the race, you send more of one or the other. And I would say this race is the one where you want to have a really balance, because your defender might be having to go for the win.
Yeah. Talk to me about how you build a roster for a race like this, because the roster that you see here for a race like the Maryland Cycling Classic will be very different from something like, let's say, a Tour de France roster. So you talked a little bit about it, building sprinters and domestiques and climbers, but how would a roster like this for a one-day sort of rolling hilly race be different from a 20-day, 21-day Grand Tour stage race?
A great example of last year. Think about how many teams brought sprinters. How many teams brought sprinters this year? They thought that this was going to be a typical one-day race. Maybe they didn't see any big mountains, so let's send a sprinter. We usually send a sprinter because it's going to be a field sprint, and they didn't. This year, if you heard the message from most of the pro teams, top-level teams, they brought a mixture of a little bit of everything. Riders that can manage both, can manage the finale of the race, can manage a breakaway, can in a way think outside the box and not just have one skill.
And now you see these guys in the back of the group. Now that things have kind of calmed down a little bit, this is like the first sort of coffee break of the Peloton. They are riding pretty easy in the group, and so that's the sign that these guys can go back to the car. You don't want to go in the race as fast because then you have to chase back on to a fast-moving group, so they usually wait until things are a little less chaotic in the group, which we can tell by the way the guys on the front are spread out across the road.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, with the race, we know how this race can be so dynamic. I don't know if I'd be taking that risk right now to go, talk to my car and, go to the back. I know it's going easy, but I still feel there's a lot of riders who really want to race, and they're just waiting for that moment. But let's see, still, look at that. They're sitting the wall at the front, which basically they're blocking the road, saying no one attack. But there could be somebody, so you see that this guy's pulling over a little bit like that. What he's telling you, he's like, hey, I'm pulling over. So, hey, gentlemen's respect. We're all no one's gonna attack right now.
Yeah.
So you go to the front of the Peloton, you pull over. Man, look at this guy. He's working hard. He was so close. Did he make it?
You see him shaking his head. He may be realizing that this is going to be a bridge too far, or is he about to get in it?
Yeah.
Vogel looks like he's letting up right here. This is not an all-in effort.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Is he cramping?
No, it sounds like he maybe put too big of an effort trying to go across and just couldn't make it. And these guys re-accelerated. Oh.
We'll keep an eye on Stephen Vogel in the Gap, part of that Project Echelon team. Racing with a mission, supporting veterans through physical activity here in the United States. They get veterans on bikes, all kinds of physical activity to help them with the transition from service back to civilian life. So another one of the teams racing with a cause here at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Yeah, I think we can officially say that the race is happy with this group right now. Everybody's shuffling around. All the key players pulled off and basically told the Peloton, let's take a break. We're good. So we're kind of going back to traditional bike racing. This is what happens. This is actually a strategy. Well,
this one is much different than the way that we saw the opening, let's say 30 or 40 miles of this race last year. Same course, raced much differently now because the team's kind of got an idea for how it was raced. You never really know looking at it on paper until you get out there. Even the course designers, the people that built this course, designed the route, not really sure how it was going to play out last year. And so once we got that sort of first taste for it, now the strategy changes a little bit.
Yeah, and I was mentioning it the other day. It's like, as a professional, you could be racing 100 races a year. You're professional for the whole year. So you also have to manage your energy for the whole season. So if you race to a point where it's this strong, you need to be able to adjust that intensity.
Looking at this front group of five, really no standout favorites in this group, which is actually great news for this breakaway. That's probably part of why the Peloton let this breakaway go. Their hope is that the Peloton, the main group, will underestimate this breakaway. They're basically looking at these five guys and saying, nothing to worry about, let them go. We'll be able to bring them back before the end of the race. Well, they said the same thing about the breakaway last year, and the field was wrong. So it is sort of a gamble to let this group go, but this field is giving them 45 seconds up the road right now for Lozano, Sevilla, Murphy, Miles, and Gagne.
We got some players in there. I mean, Sevilla is.
Ride is amazing. Weather's absolutely beautiful. We just came off a flat stretch there where we were able to hammer it pretty hard. Go around the corner and there's a cluster of horses there. It's just so cool. This is just a wonderful place to be. I'm here with Ann, my wife, and we're supporting a great cause. We met a family this morning with a child that needed some help, family needed some help. Just, through absolute grace, we were able to put that together through the foundation and make a difference in their lives. And in turn, they made a difference in our lives today, too. So it's all good. We love it. This is a tremendous foundation. I give a ton of credit to the Kellys for all that they do. They don't have to do this, you know that, right? I mean, this is a family that kind of latched onto a cause and put everything they have into it. Their community, reputation, all those things. And, then connecting it to the MCC, the Maryland Cycling Classic, second year. Just a fantastic opportunity to really meet the community and demonstrate what it means to ride and do so professionally and hopefully inspire some kids and some people to get on their bikes and pursue healthy behavior. So we're just blessed to be here.
This is one of the most beautiful places I've ever ridden. Love the hills. They're a challenge, but it's great. It's just so refreshing. It's beautiful. We couldn't have picked a better day. This is awesome, and to do it for the kids. It's all about helping families, and it's great. And what a better way to do it than on a bike.
What's happening? We're at the first rest stop. Nobody likes to stop at the first rest stop, but I am, because I like to say how much I appreciate everybody. This is our third Bridges of Hope. The first one was in 2019. Couple cancellations for COVID, and then last year and this year. So this is our third Bridges of Hope ride to benefit the United Healthcare Children's Foundation, which is fantastic. And we got a great group of people, and it's an absolutely gorgeous day. And the best part about it is we raised over $150,000 for United Healthcare Children's Foundation, which was fantastic. And great group of sponsors. You see them on the banner behind us, but such a great group of people. It was wonderful.
Love to see it. Great things happening here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Breakaway is still holding on to a 45-second gap up the road. These five guys have formed the second move of the day. We did see one group go earlier, but that came back, and then the reshuffling, putting Lozano, Sevilla, Murphy, Miles, and Gagne up the road here.
I'm seeing some riders that could be dangerous here. I mean, I'm looking at Oscar Sevilla. He's just coming off a great season. I actually talked to him at the hotel a couple days ago, and he's excited to keep racing. He was a team of mine when I was at Rock Racing, and he's a competitor. He loves racing, and so any race that he can show up to and do well at, he's gonna be out there. So, and he's coming off some amazing results. He just won the Tour de Panama. He won the general classification. He won stage 6. Won the team time trial. I mean, so he's on form.
You forgot to mention his most important Palomar is 46 years old.
46. Imagine that. I think there's got to be a cutoff at some point, but yeah, he does not look 46. I'll tell you that. I mean, that guy is fit, and he's loving what he does. So you expect a lot from him. Most likely, his job is to control his group, keep it together. Because I'm gonna guess he needs them all as long as he can. So it's gonna be, he can easily probably walk away from them on the climb. I mean, maybe Murphy. I feel Murphy's another rider. Kyle Murphy has something to prove. He was racing on Human Powered last year, and he's now on a domestic team, and he has something to prove. He wants to get back up to the top level, and this is an opportunity for him. If he has a good showing here, there's a great team that could say, hey, I want this guy back on my roster. I want to go to the next level.
Remember, Kyle Murphy won the U.S. Professional Road National Championships in Knoxville, Tennessee, which is a very similar format to this one-day Maryland Cycling Classic. Not part of the stage race, just a single day. Get out there, got into a breakaway, made the split, and then was able to do the best out of the breakaway. So Murphy is an absolute threat in this group. We talked about Sevilla, Lozano, Miles, and Gagne also on that list from Novo Nordisk, Skyline, and Toronto Hustle.
Yeah, now that we start to settle into this group, I think this is a group that could get through these hills. So are they going to get caught from behind? I don't think you can hide in this race. I mean, you see the peloton right now; they're going slower, of course, but there's no real place to hide. We just rode these roads, and I remember being at the back of the group, pushing just as hard as the guy in the front. So. Once the race gets going, it's going to be open. So being in a breakaway, it's not a bad idea right now to settle in. Either asking for water, definitely, it's going to be a long day. Not only you want hydration, you want calories, and you get a lot of your calories, especially on a hot day like this, from your water bottle. So you need to be hydrated, you need to be eating. These guys are going to go through a lot of calorie water. You'll even see them grab these little ice packs they put on their backs. You're trying to cool the body down as much as possible.
Remember, these guys coming up to the first KOM of the day at just over 99 miles to go. So a couple miles from now, they'll hit that first KOM called the Gunpowder King of the Mountain. Relatively short. It's 1.4 miles, about 2.2K, 8% average gradient. But there is a 17.4% max gradient at the front. So when they hit that 17% grade, you'll know it, and that'll be the start of KOM number 1.
I'm interested to see what Oscar's going to do. I mean, Oscar's a really good climber. He could probably win this straight out, but at the same time, does he want to show all his cards? Going back to our card analogy, this is the point. Does he want to win the race? Does he want to win the KOM? How does he feel? Does he want to win both? And Murphy's another, contender for that. He wants to showcase himself.
And that's probably going to be a little strategy discussion. You saw the Novo Nordisk team car rolling up to that front group. That's going to be for Lozano. Give him some bottles and maybe have a little discussion about this KOM coming up. Is this where you talk to your director about whether or not you want these King of the Mountain points for the state of Maryland King of the Mountain competition?
I would think that's a decision that the rider would make. Maybe the director has a little input. Giving him some. Ideally, you want the director to give you some input. Like, this is when it's coming. This is what's happening. The field's not pushing. Settle into. Give you some good intel to allow you to make your decision, because you're the one pedaling on that road. You're the one having to push hard, and you have to be decisive. You need to tell the director, I'm going to go for the KOM. And maybe he has a little bit of veto power and say, hey, why don't we save the energy for the finish, and a little bit of that in that direction. Yeah, we see the peloton just being comfortable pace right now, letting the breakaway stay steadily out there. They're only 50 seconds, so the gap is not opening up quickly, which tells me that both groups are settled into a rhythm right now.
Break up to 225 ahead of the peloton. Vogel's still stuck in that gap.
Oh, that was Vogel's. Oh man, I think at this point you have to realize: do you keep pushing or do you come back? Yeah. Maybe he's hoping somebody's going to come across. I mean, that's what he's probably thinking right now.
Meanwhile, these guys at the back of the group just trying to hold on. Adam DeVos, we saw Stephen Bassett back there as well. And up to our front group. Getting ready to approach the bottom of this KOM for our first points in the state of Maryland King of the Mountain Champions Jersey competition.
Ideally, this group needs to be smart about this climb. Stay together. Fight the KOM points towards the top so we can come over the top and get back into a rhythm. This is not the time to try to go solo, try to go on your own. And so a smart rider would definitely consider that. A strong rider that's smart would consider that. So I'm anticipating a later attack over the top.
And I think this will be on to the start of the climb. A lot of this is going to have to do with how they line up. Now, these guys may come to an agreement like, look, we don't care about any of these points. We're going to try and win this race and work together in the breakaway. So they'll have that one little left-hander and then hit that run up to KOM number 1 at Gunpowder.
There we have the map profile. It gives you a little bit better read and understanding of where these guys are going. And how windy the roads are. It's beautiful out there, by the way, guys. It's amazing. If you get a chance, you got to go out there.
Yeah, this loop around the Pretty Boy Reservoir seems like you could just do that endlessly.
Endlessly. Yeah, but if you'd have put a race just on that loop, imagine it shattered. Really, it's a hard course. Here you go, still at 225. Vogel's still hanging there for 50. Man, he is toughing it out. He is just sitting out there. And the peloton happy with this right now. Legend Gaffer up to 225. 8% climb. That's a good climb at 8% average. When you have an average grade, you got to remember, when you have an average grade, it tells me that there's also big points. You know, like right now, this is not 8%. It's probably a lot more than 8%. You know, because you see it how it flattens out there. You know, so you got to realize that these guys are actually having to put some big energy into some of these points. But they're, you know, so far they're being smart. They're taking it easy, and not easy, but you know, taking it conservatively and keeping it together and managing their energy, working together. Guy pulls off, the next one comes through. Even though right now, as you're going, when you're going uphill, not much energy you save for the guy behind you, especially if the speeds are going right now. Here we have a car trying. This is a team car, probably from the guys in the front trying to get across. And this is part of bike racing. You have to be, you know, not only the bike racers, good bike handlers, but the directors have to be really good at getting through this traffic and working together. It's not. It's very normal. The peloton's okay with this. They know what's happening. They know the guy's trying to get across. They know the car trying to get across, and they're just trying to open up the gap.
A lot of times the team directors are ex-riders, and so they know what it's like to be in this group. But they do have to get this car through the group to support the riders in the breakaway. That is the Skyline team car. So what they're trying to do is get up there to support Julien Gagné in the breakaway. But they got to get there first, and this peloton not letting them through just yet because they're navigating a very narrow, windy section. So I think Skyline may be going to have to wait for a little bit until they can get up there and support their riders.
As you see when they come, you look at how covered it is right now. When you go into that cover and you have sunglasses on, it changes a lot, and you're going at high speeds. You're going so fast, and you're basically navigating a new road. Most of these guys, maybe they rode the roads yesterday, but they don't know where every corner's at. So that's what's something unique about bike racing. You know that a lot of people don't understand.
Back up to the front. Miles setting tempo for Toronto Hustle. I'm looking to see if anyone is starting to skip polls here, if anyone looks like they're interested in these KOM points. There's 1K to the top.
1K to go. This is where, you know, they start really trying to anticipate who's going to go first, who's going to lead it out. Oscar's in the middle. Who's he watching? Who's he keeping an eye on? Who do you think is? I mean, he might not even know these guys. He has raced a little bit more in the U.S. So he might understand their tactics. And now he's pulling at the front. Is he pulling in the front because he wants to keep it together?
Yeah, this is where we're going to get a very clear indication of who in this breakaway is interested in the points and who's just trying to ride the group. Sevilla getting to the front right there. He pulls off. So still looking like these guys are just taking poles up there.
Yep. What are the points? How many points do they get? I mean, that's one of the things, you know, you have to anticipate. When you're racing this race, you got to also start paying attention to how many points you need to win this. You know, you might win this first. You start off by winning the first one, and then you probably, you know, I bet what will happen is they go back to the director and start getting a little intel. What do I need to do to win this now? I won the first one. How many points do I get for the second point? So we'll figure that out.
4 points for first across the line. Second gets 2 points, and then third across the line gets 1 point. So it goes 4, 2, and 1 for all 3 of the KOMs today. That means you could do a maximum of 12 KOM points before you get to the line. So 12 would be the highest you could do if you won all 3 KOMs. 4 points on the line here. Lozano going to jump for it up against Sevilla. Lozano will take maximum points there. So he'll add 4. Sevilla going to have to settle for 2.
That's interesting that, you know, that Lozano took it. It was an easy sprint, so maybe, you know, definitely, I would say Oscar's main talent is climbing, not sprinting. So it might have been too easy of a sprint for him.
And now these guys should get back into the group. They will want to get back to work with the other 3. They were just jumping away for those points. And mission accomplished. So now they can get back to work with their group. Next KOM comes at right around 75 miles to go, so got a little bit of time for that, about 25 miles before we see the next KOM coming up here. It will have a feed zone in between here and there, and then won't hit the third and final KOM until about 45 miles of racing to go. Also have a sprint point competition in the H&S Bakery Sprint Champions Jersey competition. They'll race for sprint points at 45 miles to go, and then again when they hit the finish line at 28 miles to go. So 2 intermediate sprint lines in the H&S Bakery Sprint Points competition. Peloton on to that first KOM now.
Yeah,
EF riding the front. Look at this. Full team up there.
What do you think that means? I'm feeling I just want to make sure that nothing goes crazy.
Yeah, I think they are just taking responsibility up at the front of the group. See all those pink jerseys? That is a team called EF Education Easy Post.
You got Jayco on the side too.
Yeah, another big team lining up here. So I think the responsibility just kind of falls to them as some of the biggest teams in this race, some of the biggest riders that they're going to be looking at. And it's kind of like when the check comes at dinner. You look for the richest guy to pay the check, right? You always wait for them to reach for it first. That's why I always wait for you to pick it up.
Yeah, at this point, the top teams are probably, what they're doing is they're setting that pace because they go, hey, listen, we're happy with this breakaway. By us setting the pace, is it deterring you from wanting to attack, and also be in a position, also if an attack does happen, that they can have numbers to send across and balance their.
Remember, EF had 2 riders in that move last year. This year they bring a roster with Pallas, Honoré, Scully, Eiking, Valgren, and Pritzen. So I would say Pallas going to be their favorite for a breakaway, but having missed this move, they may be reevaluating the strategy for the EF Education Easy Post team. Jayco going to be looking at Simon Yates on the sprint, but they also have Lawson Craddock. He can ride a breakaway all day. That was the other team in blue and white that we saw up near the front of the peloton.
The best healthcare is there in ways big and small. There when we most and least expect it. We may not see it, but we feel it. It lets us know we're not in this alone. Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who never quits. One who's there for what matters. United Healthcare. There for what matters.
Calls to each of us to do things no one thought possible. So we move forward, not just for us, but for all of us. Johns Hopkins Medicine, forward for all of us.
For helping you build that epic memory. for tempting you to dig into that delicious discovery, for encouraging you to find something new at every turn. You're welcome.
And you're welcome to come see all that Maryland has to offer. This is Governor Wes Moore inviting you to shake up how you vacation. Listen, just go to visitmaryland.org and plan your trip.
Welcome back, front group at 2 minutes and 35 seconds up the road for Lozano, Sevilla, Murphy, Miles, and Julien Gagne from Team Skyline right there. These guys been working well together. We just watched Lozano pick up maximum points along with that man, Oscar Sevilla, in the first King of the Mountain competition presented by the state of Maryland. And now these guys back to work, working together.
Yeah, we see Lozano looking at his stats. He's a climber. He's a GC rider, so he definitely is comfortable in the hills. He's a light rider, so he could definitely feel comfortable on this course. I think this course definitely suits his style.
Kyle Murphy looking fit. Calm, cool, collected, comfortable.
Yeah, he's fit. He definitely wants to have a good ride here. He already has that winner's mentality. He's focused. He made the move. He's in the right place.
And meanwhile, EF keeping an eye on things up on the front with Tom Scully leading the way here. You see things nice and calm in the group. The boys having a little discussion. And it looks like EF happy to shoulder that responsibility.
Yeah, it's almost like the World Tour team got together and said, "Hey, let's try to control this race. Let's create a good synergy for us to be able to race at the right time when we can manage the race." Basically, everybody's happy. I wouldn't say some of the younger teams are happy. They'd probably rather be, out there in the breakaway attacking. So I wouldn't put it past somebody trying to get away.
Palace rolling up to have a little chat there. Palace certainly one of the fan favorites here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. At the team presentations last night, he got some of the loudest cheers from the group after his stunning performance at the Tour de France this year.
Yeah, he's been having an amazing season. His ranking right now, and he's one of the top riders in the world. I think he's 16th in the world right now in points, which is the highest we've seen for an American in a long time. That's great to see. That gives a lot of hope to the young riders, and shows a lot of hope for his career. I think he's just getting started. Listening to him at the press conference, he's a smart rider. He definitely is learning out there, and I think last year's race definitely was a good moment for him, and he wants to make that better this year. I mean, that's one thing I love about these races that bring the top riders from Europe into this peloton. We give an opportunity to young American riders, the young riders that want to get to that level, and they have the chance to race against the best riders in the world and test themselves and learn from them. So I always wanted that from my young riders that I worked with. Always pay attention how the guys are riding, how they ride in the peloton, how they conduct themselves within the peloton. And so this is a moment for that, for all these guys that finally get a point. We need more of these races.
Kyle Murphy back at the team car, and he's going to chase his way back up. A little surprised they didn't tow him up here.
Yeah, that was a big gap. Wonder what happened. He's like, I'm okay.
Thumbs up from Kyle Murphy, who has a plastic bottle of water that he's just taken from the car.
Yeah.
But still in good spirits. That's all right.
Very good spirits. You can tell that he's confident.
Yeah.
He's not worried that he created this little gap. Got his water. He's having a good time out there. Nice to see. You can look at their gear. Look at how tight their clothing is. That makes a big difference. When you're going that fast, the clothing has to fit you well. It's so different than when I was racing. I think Bobby and I were talking about it. It's like when he got third in the Tour de France, he had a photo of his jersey flapping around. Nowadays, they're skin tight, aerodynamic, breathable. The fabrics we have now are amazing. So definitely these guys have a little advantage than we did when we were racing. The bikes, how aero they are. Look, you don't see one cable. Do you know? And the thing that a lot of the fans have not seen too much cycling, these bikes have electric shifting, so you just push a little button and it shifts a gear. Really, really advanced stuff we got with these bikes. The engineering is amazing. Look at their helmet. Look at how aerodynamic that helmet is. It's like a little, basically a little funnel.
Yeah. Everything except the glasses, all modern.
You got to give it up somewhere, right?
Yeah.
It's cell phones count.
I love the way that Murphy is just riding so calm on his way back here. This is a sign of a true pro. A rider that can go back to the car and then just not panic and get back into this group knowing that he'll have plenty of time to get back up there. Didn't even take the tow. A lot of times riders get what's called a sticky bottle, where you hold on to the bottle that's being transferred from the car and they kind of slingshot you back into the group. But Murphy said, no thanks, I'm good. Gave us a thumbs up. Then there you go, back into the group. Meanwhile, gap growing, 2:55, the new time check.
EF still controlling the pace. Wow, look at that view.
Pretty Boy Reservoir awaiting the riders. They'll do 2 circuits around the reservoir today.
Yeah, not so pretty for the boys. But once they get into those hills, it's going to be a tough ride. So pretty for us to watch.
Pretty view from the helicopter, at least.
Now this would be a good time to go to the back and grab some food, grab some bottles. So you see, we talked about a bit of the riders that are in charge of going, being the main domestiques, the defenders of our team. They go back and grab bottles. They fill up. They literally grab as many bottles as they can. They'll load up their jersey with 8 or 9 bottles if they can, and then bring it up and share it with the teammates. Sometimes you'll send 2 guys because you can only get so many bottles. And then they go to the front and drop them off to all your teammates with food, depending. And some riders might have specific drinks they want. They want more carbohydrates, less carbohydrates, just water, and that's part of the strategy. So you got to have those. You got to have that team.
See the riders using the radio here. The Cofidis rider on the mic. Saw one of the EF riders reaching to his ear, listening in.
I wonder if they had an agreement there, and that basically the director said, hey, we want a couple Cofidis guys out there to help control the race. It's beneficial to them. We want the race to stay together for now, so when we want to play the game, we can come out and bring our guns out. So Cofidis is helping now.
This is the Cofidis rider contributing.
Yeah, going back to that, why would Cofidis contribute right now? Like I was saying, this is a tactical move here. They want just as much as EF. They want to be in the game, but you don't want to be in the game yet. So if we can help keep this group together, it makes it flow. Ideally, you want other teams to get in there too. One thing that some people don't understand, but sometimes the directors in the back of the cars, they all share their phone numbers, so they're calling each other, saying, "Hey, who's willing to put a couple guys up there? I'll put 2 guys. You put 2 guys." And next you know, you have a group of 10 that are willing to chase and control the race. And sometimes you say, "No, I don't want to help out." And you start understanding everybody's different strategies. of what they're trying to come up with.
I would assume they also have a magic number in the car of how far they're willing to let this breakaway go before they start chasing.
Yeah, but there's no such thing as a magic number, because these guys are, if they're smart racers, they're also playing with that time gap. You know that you're trying to get a gap. You don't want to get too big a gap, because then they'll start chasing. So it's a really hard thing to understand how big of a gap you can get. If it gets big really quick, then you take it. But when it's going up slowly like this, you got to be careful how fast you gain that time, because the faster you go, the faster the peloton goes. So you play with that, and then you try to time it at a certain point in the race. You know that you have a gap, and you have to commit 100%, because the chase from the back is going to start.
These guys still having conversations in the front group. Saw a couple of them talking as they work through rotations. Maybe just needing to skip a pole or two if you need a little break. Need to hang out at the back, talk to the team car, something like that. They may ask for a little rest.
Yeah, at this point I would say that missing a pole, no one's really going to say much about it. It's still early enough where that's going to happen. You know, you might need a little extra rest. You might want a little extra rest. Right now they're just trying to get into a groove. They're eating, they're drinking, keeping the pace up, checking the time gap, and just getting into a groove, because it's going to be a long day for them, and they definitely want to conserve as much as possible as they try to go as fast as possible in a very efficient way.
Harrison Woods still up there contributing for Cofidis.
Yeah, look at, he's tucked in. He's putting his pull. You also have to be careful. Sometimes you'll get a young rider that gets a job and say, "Hey, we want you to help," and they get overcommitted and spend a little too much energy.
Not that much.
Yeah, not that much. Let's So sometimes you see how he's stringing it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little too much, but they'll get maybe some info on it. Hey, whoa, the time gap's coming down. Slow it down. We don't want to give him back to yet. Or maybe another strategy is like they don't like it to be at 3 minutes, 4 minutes. That Cofidis wants it a little closer.
Kyle Murphy's still got his bottle. He's been nursing that thing for it might be a new one. I think what he's trying to do is wait until they get to a green zone where he can discard the bottle. He wants to make sure that it gets picked up, making sure he doesn't toss any trash.
Yeah, that's really good on him, being really thoughtful about our environment. So, yeah, that's something that's very new, and, it's been very now part of our culture, our sport. We're really conscious about where we put our water bottles. This is a good time. If you're going to throw a water bottle, give it to a fan right now. He actually handed it back to the car.
Nice. You see, they have just started the Pretty Boy Reservoir circuit, so they are on to the first of 2 circuits around the reservoir here. They'll go over the dam here very shortly. One of the most beautiful views along this route.
Yeah, luckily they're not racing through this section, because if it was like game on through the reservoir, it's tight little road going on to the reservoir. You definitely have to pay attention. Be on guard. Here we go. EF's definitely committed to keeping this race together. That could be good, and that could be bad. I mean, you're sending a message to the other top teams that you're going to be doing the majority of the work. So we should keep an eye on how many of the riders are actually using to pull. How many guys are they saving? You want to save a majority. I always say for a one-day race, you want numbers. You want to get to the finish of the race, the pinnacle point of the race, with 1 or 2 riders. A little bit like they did last year. Maybe they got the strategy wrong at the end, but you want to have 2 or 3 guys. If you got 2 or 3 guys, you have an advantage.
Our group coming up on 90 miles of racing remaining. Again, no KOMs until about 75 miles to go, so still got a little ways before there's more KOM points on the line right now. These guys just knocking out the miles on the front. Gap holding at 3:45. It's not really changing, so that makes me think that this front group may be keeping this breakaway on a leash. Yeah. They're happy with this time gap, and it's really the main group feathering this gap, letting these guys hang out there, basically just trying to roast them. Like they're trying to wear these guys out, knowing that they'll be able to make the catch, or believing that they'll be able to make the catch at the end of the day today within the last, 10, 15 miles, usually where you want to make that catch.
Yeah, definitely. Look at it. Look at how fast this downhill is right now. These corners are actually a lot faster than they look on TV. Coming onto the reservoir right here is a really tight corner. And these guys have never seen this road. I mean, maybe they pre-rode a little bit, but they didn't know it was going to be at this point. So that's where you're getting a lot of intel from your director. That's where you want information. Hopefully the race commissar is giving that feedback to the director, saying, "Hey, listen, we have some tight roads, right? Really tight turn."
Look at this. All these kids waiting for some free swag. The guys reaching into the pockets looking to see if they had anything for them.
You can tell those boys know where to be because the feed zone's about to start, so the guys have to get rid of their old bottles so they can get their new bottles.
EF going to stay on the front here.
Yep. And for those who are watching bike racing for the first time, this is typical bike racing. This is a typical strategy. Once the breakaway settles in, the top teams take over and control the race, control it to when they want to start their move. So we'll see a lot of this happen where EF will be at the front, controlling the race, keeping it together. Maybe Jake will jump in there and help out at times if it becomes dangerous. And at a certain point, they will ask help from the other teams and say, "Hey, we're not the only ones who can win this race." But definitely right now, Cofidis is the only team that's willing to help out, but just with one rider. So, I mean, but at the same time, they're probably saying, you guys, and that's a strategy I always use in racing. I always read who was racing the race, what teams are involved, who's local, who really wants to win here, and I'd use that to my advantage as an emotional, tactical thing to use. Like, this rider really wants it, this team really wants it, this is an American team, they have to win here, so I'm going to let them do a little more of the work. This is another little thing, you become really good at it. It's like grabbing water bottles at speed. It's something that cycling, as a cyclist, I've had my fair share of crashes at feed zones, and it does happen. But you definitely, over years of experience, and the staff too. The staff needs to know when to let go, when to drop it, because if they hold on to it too long, you're pulling the rider off the bike.
Yeah, there are definitely good soigneurs in the feed zone that you can kind of see the smooth handoff, but sometimes you'll get situations like this where the European teams have to come over. They don't always have the budget to travel soigneurs over, so sometimes you're recruiting friends, family, supporters, maybe a sponsor out there to hand some bottles off. See partners a lot of times in the feed zone.
Yeah, and so that's when you have to be careful. Who you grab a bottle from is definitely key. And it's for the breakaway, it's a lot easier because they're small, they can slow down. In the field, you're coming through with a lot more riders. The front guys might not decide to slow down as much. So as you're trying to get a bottle in the back, in traffic, that could be dangerous. That's when the mistakes happen and the crashes happen. And another thing to understand is it is a courtesy that we normally do not attack through feed zones, but it does happen. I've been in Tour de France's where I've been chasing for 100 kilometers because somebody attacked through the feed zone, and it happens. There's nothing in the rule books. You're not allowed to attack through a feed zone. So since it's not in the rule book, it means you're allowed to do it.
Not a great way to make friends, but there's no jersey for making friends in bike racing. Now the peloton across the bridge. What a beautiful shot here from the helicopter. Gap at 3:35 for these guys now. This really shows the speed around the corner.
Yeah, look at the speed. If you're standing in that corner, you would feel the wind of this peloton coming through. It's something that I always want fans to come out and watch the races if they can feel that. They feel that the peloton coming through, the speed, and the sounds. The bikes make a certain sound. Just the wheels are humming along. It's like these heavy carbon wheels that make just a little bit of a hum. Here we go. We got a little bit of a hill. You can see the guys in the back struggling. It's adding up. We're not noticing it because it's not like we're going up a mountain the whole time. So it's up and down, up and down. So every time they hit these little hills, they're slowly burning down, slowly getting a little more tired, slowly seeing who's actually fit, who's actually a better climber, and you can see it in their body styles too sometimes.
Well, as they are onto the circuits, we talked earlier about some of the beautiful scenery from the helicopter up above, including some equestrian farms along the course, which is a major part of the countryside just outside of Baltimore, including some pretty major players.
Welcome to Pimlico, the second oldest racetrack in the United States and the home of the Preakness, the second jewel of the Triple Crown of American thoroughbred racing. This building is called Mid-Century Modern. It was built around 1960, and as you can see over my shoulder, we have a magnificent bas-relief by Bernard Zuckerman. It depicts the 1877 great race, they called it, between Ten Broeck, Tom Ochiltree, and Parole. Congress actually adjourned for the day to come to Baltimore to watch this magnificent race. Here we are in the Hall of Fame Museum next to the dining room at Pimlico. This is our weather vane, which of course has seen younger and happier days. At one point, the Maryland Jockey Club had to move the Preakness to New York, and when they came back in 1909, they needed a brand new weather vane. They had Rebecca Dobbin of Elkridge, Maryland, a metal artist, design this, and it was the first year that they painted the colors of the winner on the jockey. It still has the colors of the 1966 winner, Kauai King, who was a Maryland bred. Unfortunately, later on, the clubhouse burnt down, and this is all that we have left. But still, it's quite stunning. Welcome to the second floor of the grandstand. In front of me are the box seats, but behind me are these magnificent murals by Raoul Middleman, a Baltimore artist who was commissioned to do these here in the 1970s. They depict 7 panels of track life from the auction to the backstretch to the race itself. He has a self-portrait on top of the cupola. You can see him over there. And I hope that you will come to Pimlico sometime and see them up close and personal. And welcome to the original 1870 racing oval that was installed when Pimlico opened. It is a mile, and every racing great who has won the Triple Crown has had to race here. And some that did not run in the Triple Crown, like Seabiscuit and Man of War. You can come see this wonderful, wonderful track when we open in September, every weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can come for our first race to the 9th race and enjoy the atmosphere of the second oldest racetrack in the United States, Pimlico.
A lot of racing in the history of this area surrounding Baltimore. A different type of racehorse out there right now, with our 5 riders holding on to what is now a 3:35 gap, a little less than a mile between the two groups, but you start to see the peloton starting to string out a little bit here, Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, the gap's at 3:35, so I think, they're just trying to keep it in check. Where they can get speed, use speed. So what you're seeing is basically the road's probably going downhill, and you take speed when you can have it. Again, we got the same scenario that EF mostly controlling Cofidis. I did see Simon Yates sneaking up towards the front. He did talk about how he's coming off a little bit of a break, but he's a top-level rider, so he's probably enjoying the fact that he can ride into this race right now. So every kilometer that we do, every kilometer that he starts feeling better. So if this race stays together like this, it's really gonna play more into his form that he's coming into. It's definitely also, you look at the characteristics of the race. As the race gets longer, it's gonna favor the stronger riders. So not because of the course. It's a hard course. So every climb, tears down everybody a little bit more, and you start seeing who's strong by the end. So the fact that it's still together and a small breakaway still staying away, we're going to have a race of contenders more towards the end of the race.
Well, still just one Cofidis rider in the split here, the honorary member of the EF Education Easy Post team.
Maybe he's looking for a contract for next year.
Harrison Wood, the only British rider on the all-French Cofidis squad.
There you go.
Maybe
he wants a language change.
A little more comfortable up here with the EF boys.
And that does happen sometimes, things happen, where they're trying to get a little advantage, and you get help from another team like that. I know it's sometimes, you you would make coalitions with a team that says, hey, I want to win the KOM, and I know you're really good at winning races, so let's work together. There's a little bit of that that could happen. Of course, not today. I mean, today I think it's more about the win. So I remember coming around this corner last year. The breakaway was pretty settled in, and this is at the point where you had that big group that looked like it was settled in for a long day. Today it's different. You have a whole different race. That's the beauty about bike racing. You can have a plan. You can set a plan, and at the end of the day, the race tells you what the plan is going to be.
And you can race this course 100 times, even with the same group of riders. You're going to have 100 different outcomes.
Yep. Of course, you do have a pattern does kind of set into place because of the course and the riders. So that's something that I loved about racing. A tradition of racing is like after a while you started seeing that tradition, and it wasn't that you wanted to follow the tradition or the more logical way of racing, but use it to your advantage and maybe do the opposite at times.
Seeing some guys starting to move up outside of the group here, but not quite taken over for EF on the front. Looks like Jayco going to start putting some guys up towards the front. Not much coming up on the parkour. Again, they have that next KOM at 75 miles to go, so about 10 miles from now. Not sure why Jayco wants to get there now, but we are starting to see a change up at the front of the main group here. Maybe the Jayco and EF directors have finally struck a deal.
You know what I'm seeing right there is it's typical professional racing. We're really taught to stay together. If you're a strong team, you're stronger together, and you're stronger together at the front. And so you're protecting your leader, you're keeping him close to the front. You don't want to waste too much energy, but you want to be at the front in a place that's and it sets the tone for the race.
Jayco squat.
Yep. Look at their bikes. They're look at how aerodynamic. Look at that giant. Is it a giant? Yeah. Bike. Look at how aerodynamic those wheels are. Basically, Bobby Julich and I were just talking about this. How the bikes themselves, the amount of free speed they get. Now we call it free speed because we didn't have that speed.
Right.
Now that they have, they're traveling along the road a couple miles an hour faster. You got to remember this is a flock of birds coming through, so they're coming through at a higher speed. Now I remember using a strategy in racing. I remember one of my national championships, which is a lot of the European teams come over it used to be at Philadelphia, and you had a lot of top level teams come over, and I got in a situation where a breakaway went up the road, and it had all the teams. Every team was in that group except for my team, but I was the only leader on my team. And a couple of the other teams came up to me and said, "Hey, what are you going to do with this move? Are you going to chase?" I said, "Nope." And they kind of looked at me, "Why?" And I said, "Are you happy with that guy winning a race today?" I was like, "From what I know, he's not he's not one of your contenders, and I see your contenders here, so I'm good." And we bought some time, and it took about an hour. And an hour later, those two teams went up to the front and started chasing because they were out of the race. Yeah. So I mean, that's tactics. That's the beauty about races. You can find those. You can play with it. I was taking a risk, but I had a strong feeling that risk would pay off because I knew those teams really wanted to be in the race.
Yeah, we talked about the micro decisions when the breakaways are starting. Do you cover that move? Do you go with it? But then there's also these larger picture macro decisions of how do we win this bike race? How do we go for KOMs? Things like that. That's what they're dealing with right now. Those small decisions are all over. Those have all been made. It's now a chess game out on the road.
And you got to remember, you're doing a chess game where there's personal emotion, there's sponsorship emotion, there's team ranking emotion. What teams need to stay in the you're starting to tally up. We have a new rule now, and all these top teams are basically have 3 years to accumulate points. It's the first year of the accumulation of points, so we want to see where we land up and want to have a good start.
All right, well, as the runners roll past 83 miles to go, let's go out to Rasan Bahati on course. He's going to be joining us all day with some more insight on Baltimore. Rasan.
We're here in the Inner Harbor of Baltimore, Maryland, at a pop-up called Pedal to Resilience. To my right, we have a portrait of one of the best athletes to ever walk the planet, the great Major Taylor, with a piece called Relative Velocity. To my left here, we have other athletes, being African American, that have been pioneers in the sport of cycling. From Oliver Martin down to Herbie Francis, the great Nelson Vales, the first African American to get an Olympic medal in track cycling, and the newcomers, Justin and Corey Williams out of Los Angeles, California. And I can't tell you, I'm very humbled to have myself on this wall amongst some great legends. Now, not only at this pop-up can you see these great photos and learn about these athletes, you could also get your picture taken with the Baltimore Times on a green screen and get yourself on a newspaper just like this. Absolutely amazing. Not only that, we have an immersive VR that you can put on virtual reality and put yourself into the history of cycling of African Americans, from the great Major Taylor all the way down to myself. I tried it myself. It's absolutely amazing, and that was done by Dope Nerd. So come on out to the Inner Harbor pop-up Pedal to Resilience and check it out.
Another one of the very cool ways that Baltimore has been embracing Maryland Cycling Classic. Nice to have Rasan with us all week, checking in with us with some more cool features throughout the day. And of course, Nelson Vales joining us last night for the team presentation. Did the Bridges of Hope charity ride with you as well.
Yeah, we got to spend a great week with those guys. A lot of speed in those legs.
That's for sure.
You know, those are some of the fastest American racers I've ever met.
I got to say, the Cheetah still got it. Nelson still
does.
Still got some speed to him.
Yep. And he loves it.
These guys still fighting at the back. Again, holding on to a now 3-minute lead. This one's going up and down a little bit with the time gap. Some of that is going to be because of the undulation of the course. It's tough to get an accurate read on the gap when the course is constantly going up and down. On the straighter, flatter roads, it's a little more accurate on the time gaps, but sometimes we see an artificially inflated or deflated time gap for a while because, for example, the breakaway will be on a climb. The peloton will still be at the bottom of that climb while we get those reads. So 3 minutes right now, but that one could change. It's been sort of wavering somewhere between 3 and 4 minutes for the most part of the day today at just under 132K to go out there right now. All right, so as these guys work their way down on the first of 2 loops around the Pretty Boy Reservoir, I want to bring in a very special guest, someone who knows a lot about this course, Mike Batley, who's had a chance to not only help design this course, but ride these roads a lot as well. Mike, talk to me about this reservoir loop that they're on right now. Beautiful roads, and all Freddie and I can talk about is how you managed to design over 100 miles without a single flat foot of riding out there.
Yeah, it's really exciting, you know, to see this on the roads that we ride all the time. I love the fact that here's the thing: in the spring, when you want to build that base, there is no zone 2.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty hard, but the great thing about this reservoir, and this is kind of an oddity, smack dab in the middle of the county, owned and managed by the city, so it's a real partnership. So they really take care of it. The roads they're butter, and But at this point, these guys soon these will be double gravity climbs. So and that's always fun.
I think a lot of riders are surprised to see how much elevation you guys have managed to pack into this course. 8,500 feet of elevation gain. All the climbing's not just out west in the United States. There's plenty up and down here.
Absolutely, and it really is a course with 2 stories. And so the first part in the county, a lot of atrophy and stripping, and then in the city becomes tactical, but even there, the climb up Calvert Street, that's going to hurt at that point in the race.
And then the tight circuits once we get back down into Baltimore. Love the finish here as well. It gives us a chance to sort of see this breakaway, game it out. Like the ending last year was exceptional. Watching those guys race through the streets of downtown Baltimore, I love these finishing circuits.
Yeah, especially if there's some American teams in the mix. They're kind of crit specialists. It's a familiar country for them, and we'll see if those lead-out teams come to mind. I notice, the race is coming up towards the next kind of big climb. There'll be a downhill, a really beautiful bridge they'll go across, and then the next climb on the menu here, and it's just unrelenting after that.
When you designed the course, did you take into consideration the style of rider you were looking to attract?
Yeah, we absolutely knew, everything this area had to offer, so we knew that the race was going to kind of give us this mix-up between a little bit of a shortened Amstel Gold and kind of a Flandrian or a Flanders type race without the cobblestones. And so it was going to have a really kind of unique and, personality for an American race. We were pretty excited, and of course, we wanted the city to be featured as well. So bringing it down and having the finish in Baltimore, you get the best of both worlds of Maryland and the Baltimore region.
How do you balance between designing a great course for riding, but a beautiful course as well? Because there has to be some thought into picking some of the most gorgeous roads in Maryland, because you guys have found them on this route.
Well, again, we had a great partner with Medalist Sports, who was actually putting on the logistics of the team. And when we originally were throwing ideas at them, they began to say, too much, you can make this too hard. And so there were 2 key climbs as they were just coming back towards the city that we've sadly had to put to the side. One of them, a local favorite Baltimorean baseball player, lived at the bottom of it, and, we call it Ripken. Cal Ripken was Ripken's Dover climb, but we couldn't include that, so.
Well, the riders are probably happy for that.
I know.
Still plenty of time to get that adjusted. I'm sure we can figure out how to get that in for the future years. So 25 miles around the circuit. They do 2 runs around the circuit, and then talk to me about the final run into downtown Baltimore.
Yeah, and even that, is pretty unrelenting. There's a climb we're not even talking about called Mount Zion. There's another KOM after that on Falls Road, and even that, there's 2 more punchy climbs coming into town on Falls Road that don't even show up really on the profile. But again, at that point in the race, they hurt. And so, and with the weather today, 95 degrees, probably 100 with the real, quote unquote, the real feel. Yeah, it's making for some interesting riding.
Mike, as a course designer, things going this year the way that you thought in terms of how this race played out? I know it was a big question mark last year. We got our first sort of run at it. The teams looked at how the race played out. Are things going the way that you thought they would here in year 2? To
be honest, yeah, I think this is a familiar script, one we're kind of used to. When this break goes up the road and it's mostly, pro or continental teams, I think the World Tour teams are familiar now with this script that they want to follow, and but the chase and the pullback is going to be interesting to see when they do that. And even the cool thing about this reservoir, Pretty Boy, where's the name come from? It's actually named after a farmer's horse who sadly died, and the farmer was remarked at the time, "Oh, he was such a pretty boy," and it stuck. That's how the reservoir gets its name, up here in horse country in Baltimore County.
A nice little bit of history to the reservoir. These guys will bid it farewell here in about 20 miles before they make their way back down, and we start that run in downtown Baltimore for the finish. So Mike, we'll let you get back out there and enjoy the day. I know you've probably got a lot of people looking for your time. I think you have some team directors that want to talk to you about these ups and downs. Yeah. There were a couple guys asking about the course designers, so I'm going to send them your way.
We've unhooked all the social medias, so that they can look, but hopefully they won't find. But thanks for all you guys are doing. We love it, and looking forward to the rest of the race.
All right, Mike, hopefully we'll have you back a little bit later today. That's Mike Batley with Kelly Benefit Strategies, our course designer, or part of the course design team here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Thank you, Mike. And there's a look at the namesake Pretty Boy Reservoir that the riders are working their way around right now. Hard to believe that this is a bike ride away from downtown Baltimore. Just really 15, maybe 20 miles outside of town, and you're looking at this.
Yeah, if you're a bike rider and you love riding and want to live in a city, this is it. These are the kind of cities you want to live in, close to nature and close to being able to get out on the road.
Our friend Nelson Bales was looking for a little bit of real estate while he was out riding.
No,
he's checking out some homes.
And he's not a climber, so he must really like it.
Another beautiful view across the second bridge that these guys go across. We saw him riding across the dam earlier. And this gap holding at 3 minutes for that front group of what is still 5. Gagne, Miles, Murphy, Sevilla, and Lozano. You see some of these very sharp, I don't want to call it a switchback, I guess just a turn, but there's some serious short elevation gain.
This is what I'm talking about, where all these little hills, they're not much, but you put them all together and it adds up to a lot. And you end up spending more energy you would on a long climb, because you just think you just get over it. Let me just put a little bit more energy and just get over it quickly, and it adds up. These guys need to be very smart about how hard you go through those things. It's like, because where you want to carry speed is through here. Once you get over the top, now let's pick it up. Now let's make sure we maximize our effort down the hills, and at the same time paying attention to the gap. You don't want, they're giving you 3 minutes. Keep it at 3 minutes. Don't get greedy. Don't go to 4. Don't go to 5, because they're not going to let you now. They're going to try to keep you at that point. So the race is basically kind of set a rhythm. EF has set a tone. Said we'll give you 3 minutes and get comfortable out there. So now the strategy for this breakaway is like, at what point do I start pushing on the pedals harder as a group to try to keep this gap? And you see a rider coming back with bottles. Teamwork.
Coming up on the second KOM of the day, starting to see some fans make their way up there. We saw a bunch of kids earlier waiting for bottles before that first feed zone. They have done a really good job of engaging the local community here in Baltimore and around Maryland, including getting some riders and education into the local schools.
Yeah, that was back at the back of the peloton. You can see the guys are coming up to the corners. This is the time when a lot of riders get to look at that. You can tell how steep the climbs are here.
It was just a little earlier while we here, showing those videos of the school visits. You see coming off of that right-hand turn how quickly it kicks up and put a couple riders in trouble at the back. But what goes up must come down, and now working their way back down before it kicks up again for that final, second, I should say, KOM climb, the final kick up to the top of the KOM here. KOM number 2, the Spooks Hill Climb. It's only just over a kilometer long, about 0.65 miles, average gradient of 7%, but it does max out at just under 17%, just about a third of the way up. So they'll be headed to that on Spooks Hill Road here very shortly. Remember, in our first King of the Mountain of the day, presented by the state of Maryland, we saw David Lozano pick up maximum points, went to the line with Oscar Sevilla. Lozano just beat Sevilla to the line in a little 2-up sprint. Those are the only 2 guys that went for it. So we'll be looking at Lozano, number 83, and Sevilla, number 91, the 2 guys that have shown interest in the state of Maryland King of the Mountain Champions jersey.
It'll be interesting to see if Oscar Sevilla can be a little more aware of that, and does he go for keeping the points, knowing that he's slowly going to add up the points in over three KOMs, or else is he going to try to win the next one? It's always hard to know when you want to take the lead there. Ideally, when you're trying to fight for those kind of points, you're trying to win each KOM. So he's already lost one. He got second. You might want to win the next one to balance up the points and then fight it out for the last.
You see where our front group is. That climb starts just about where the U-turn was on the map. So these guys still have a little bit to go before the official start of the climb, although it's hard to tell whether or not you're on a KOM on this course because, again, you're always going up or down.
Yeah. If they really wanted to, they could have a KOM all day long. Yeah. I mean, it's basically little KOMs the whole day. But you got to pick certain climbs that you want to actually put a KOM point and have them sprint for.
A little bit of separation here. Just a little sloppy on the exchanges.
Back at the peloton, you can tell that their guys are starting to hurt. Paces are starting to show the sign of wear. Here we go. Up sticky bottle. We just talked about the sticky bottles. You know,
the American Lawson Craddock spinning the legs at the back of the group. And here we go. Front group going to start the KOM at 1K to the top of the Spooks Hill Climb.
And we got pitches of close to 17%. I mean, that's a tough climb. You know, it's a 7% total grade average. But those are the points, you know, if you're a really good climber, you want to take advantages when you get really steep. You want to make sure you put the hurt on the other boys when it gets harder. That's your advantage.
So remember the 2 guys that showed interest early, the first guy in this line and the last guy in this line. Sevilla up at the front for the Median team, number 91 there. And then Lozano at the back for Novo Nordisk, number 83.
So Oscar's setting the pace right now. So is he? My thinking is he's thinking I gotta make this climb hard so I can outsprint. Because if we go easy into this climb, that's how he beat me last time. So let's make it a little bit harder. So when we do start sprinting, hopefully it's not to his advantage. I mean, Lozano did a good job of getting him at the line. So he's not sitting on his wheel. He's sitting a couple wheels back. He's at the back. So he might have to try to anticipate this. We'll see.
Well, this is a tough place for Sevilla to be sitting on the front. He's definitely vulnerable riding in the front group, although Lozano not looking super interested here. In fact, Sevilla was just taking pulls there. He's going to drop to the back of the group now.
Yeah, now he's in an optimal position. He's behind him. He can watch him. He can pay attention when he goes. If he doesn't go, anticipate him and go. And it all depends. But again, you got to remember, these guys have not ridden up these climbs. They might have done it once on a recon ride, but to remember exactly where it's at. So hopefully he's getting some good intel from his team, from the radios, on where, here we see a sign coming up. So this will be their first cue when they should start their sprint.
There you go. Some super fans waiting for him on the climb. 200
200
meters to the top. Lozano going to jump at 200 meters. Sevilla will be right on his wheel. Sevilla's got him right where he wants him. Second position here. Should be able to come around no problem. Lozano going to lead it out, though. Sevilla having a little trouble getting over the top of this one. Lozano going to beat him straight up to the line.
Here we go. I mean, he definitely had, and to me, we're showing that the race hasn't been hard enough for Sevilla to really make a difference. Sevilla's a really good climber, and these have been more like little sprints. So, Lozano looking good.
Well, with 8 points for Lozano and 4 for Sevilla,
he would have to win.
It's going to wrap up the KOM for Lozano. He's only got 1 more left. There's 4 points available for a win there. Even if Sevilla got those points, that would only put him into, well, that would tie. That would give him 6 total. Actually, check that. That would tie him at 8.
At 8.
But Lozano's going to get some points there. You can be sure. So even if Sevilla gets first, Lozano would end up second or third. He only needs 1 more point to lock up the KOM here.
See, if you came into this race understanding the strategy, knowing that you can win the first 2, you can win the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something big to understand. But to me, I still feel Sevilla, Oscar is more in tune with trying to win this race. He is better suited to win this race. Lozano's having a really good ride, showing that in KOM.
Remember, if these guys do tie in the KOM, there's a scenario where Sevilla would win the 3rd KOM. Lozano gets 0 points. They would be tied at 8. The tiebreaker for the KOM is the best placed finisher at the line. So that would depend on who goes to the line.
Okay. So it's not based on how they did actually. Okay, that could throw in so there's still something up in the air. Still could be possible, right?
Could be possible. Yeah, now, typically, I think usually that tiebreaker would be based on your most recent result. It's usually the best placed in that last KOM of the day. So written in the tech guide is the better placed rider will be the winner, but I think that should refer to the 3rd and final KOM. It's typically the best result in that last KOM.
Wow, look at this. Look at what we have here. We have a select group of guys.
Now, this is why EF was riding the front, because now, see about a 20-rider split. Look at what's happening. EF and Cofidis, Trek talking back there as well. These guys realize that this is a major turning point in the race. Here's the split from up above, and now this is a big problem for the riders at the back of the group, because now you're not just looking at lower tier teams and riders getting away. There are heavy hitters at the front of this group. A major selection happening right now.
And that's why you're riding at the front. You want to be represented. Jayco was right there. EF was right there. Cofidis was right there. So
they're going to attack off the front of this group. This is why somebody has been driving it just at the top right of the picture. You see them going out of the shot here. They are pulling on the elastic. This one will snap.
It looks like a snap. Right now, the crucial moment is who missed it. Who missed it, and whoever missed it needs to react as a team quickly. And that's where mistakes happen. If you don't react quickly, you will miss this move, and the race is gone.
So remember, we are watching the race for 6th place on down right now. 5 guys still away up the road, but this has implications for later on in the race, because a lot of these guys are assuming that front group of 5 will come back. And so this is kind of what's going to happen after that breakaway gets caught. This is the next move happening in front of our eyes right now.
I mean, look, it's already down to 45 seconds. So we definitely, is that 45 seconds of the peloton? So 45 seconds of a gap.
Yeah, that should be 45 seconds for those first 5 guys back to the main group. So as that peloton has stepped on the accelerator, this gap is coming down rapidly for the front group of 5. Getting down to 45 seconds right now with a full-on chase on the front of the field.
And there you go, an even split again. Now we have a split in the chase. I mean, that's how hard they're going. That's how much Texas is going right now, because who wants to go hard, who doesn't want to go hard. Now they have to say who's in here.
So this is turning into 4 groups on the road. There's the front group of 5 that you're looking at right now, then a chase group, another chase behind them, and then what we'll call the rest of the peloton. Both of those chase groups are 10+ riders, so they are big splits of riders as they make their way across the bridge, across the dam, I should say, for the 2nd time here around Pretty Boy Reservoir.
And the crazy thing is now we go into the hardest part of this terrain. This is not a place where you can go hide. This is not a place where you can rotate and have, fast pace line. It goes climb after climb after climb. And so the stronger riders are going to benefit right now. The gaps are going to keep opening up and the strong riders are coming out.
We're doing our best to keep our eye on the splits happening at the front of the group. The motos had to move out of the way, so we'll keep an eye on them from the helicopter up above. It's about 10 guys in chase number 1 right here. We'll get IDs on them shortly. You can see some of the team jerseys around the bend. The rest of the group, that'll be chase 2. That's going to be about 20 guys coming up. And they are going to be much more powerful than this group of 5 who's been out there all day. So I would expect this gap to rapidly come down for these 5 guys. If they can try and hang on to the back of this group, maybe just try and grab hold. But this chase is on its way up to the breakaway, and they're going to be there soon.
Yeah, they're coming by fast. So, yeah, we'll see a catch for soon. Who do we have there? We have 1 EF rider. After all that chasing.
I see 2 Jayco jerseys. I saw a Trek jersey up there as they went around the bend. Here we go. Median going to get in there as well. And this creates some more unique scenarios for the guys that have teammates up the road in the breakaway. Obviously, you don't want to contribute to making that catch, but if the catch is inevitable, might as well do the work.
All right, look at it. It just came back together.
Yeah. So I think this is chase 1 and 2. Yep. I believe there is still another split off the back of this group to the rest of the peloton.
Exactly.
So we'll call this 3 groups on the road. This is group number 1, your 5 leaders. Grabbing ice socks and water on the way up.
I mean, no matter what, there's enough riders in the second group, enough riders that want this to stick, that they'll most likely catch the breakaway. You can see the field around the corner, so we're in that little bit of a time zone where we're not sure what's going to happen, and then it really depends on the riders.
Not an easy feed zone that time through. These guys staying on it, reaching into the musette bags, tossing them aside, and getting back to work as they try and split the group behind these 5.
Yeah, these guys should hopefully have radios on, getting intel that the breakaway's coming, and to be ready for that. Don't commit at this point. The gap is coming down way too fast, and it doesn't look like it's going to stick, and so they have to be smart that they can get back into the race. I mean, they can play it either way. They could think that they want to try to stay away and keep on the gas for a little bit. This could be a moment for them to say, hey, you know what? Let's stay on the gas. Let's see if we can wait for them to settle back into a pace.
Meanwhile, chaos at the back as these guys wrap up the feed zone. And we get another look at the front of this peloton. You're going to see a hard charging group. Here you go, who has now split it again with the gap down to 20 seconds for our front group of 5. So looking like the writing is on the wall for Lozano, Sevilla, Murphy, Miles, and Gagne. These guys are about to have some company from this group, including more riders jumping out. It is on here at the Maryland Cycling Classic as this front group is about to get a whole lot bigger than 5 guys up the road. So we're going to take a short break here from the Maryland Cycling Classic. Thanks some sponsors. We will keep our eye on this move right now, and when we come back, more live racing from the Maryland Cycling Classic presented by United Healthcare.
The best healthcare is there in ways big and small. There when we most and least expect it. We may not see it, but we feel it. It lets us know we're not in this alone. Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who never quits. One who's there for what matters. United Healthcare. There for what matters.
giving your sense of adventure the attention it deserves, for giving you a reason to try something new. You're welcome. Come explore Maryland's byways. Go to visitmaryland.org.
You know what they say, most who come stay, Come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. Yeah, so all so pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Welcome back. Gap down to 15 seconds for the front group. That is going to be it for these guys. See Kyle Murphy going back into the fold. So we hit the reset button on the front of the group after a large group has come together to chase down the original 5 breakaway riders. But Gagne, Miles, Murphy, Sevilla, and Lozano back into the fold here.
Man, it's pretty impressive to see how committed these guys are to race hard right now. I mean, you see all the teams basically pulling through hard, trying to make the breakaway work now. It's not even a breakaway, it's a small peloton. So we have a lot of racing to do, and we're already down to a small peloton. So it basically, Maryland cycling class has proven to be a real class. This is not an easy race. This is a race that's going to come down to small numbers. Because right now, look at these attacks. They're just going one after another.
They are reporting this group at 35 riders.
35
that have now joined in here. Maybe a few less. That might be an old number since the last check. We'll start trying to take some names up in the group. That is Nielsen Palace at the very back, the EF Education Easy Post rider, making the split that mattered. So one of the big American names in this race has made it. Here's the catch of the breakaway of 5 coming back into the fold earlier. So confirming that they have gotten back in here. Freddie, what do you do if you're one of those 5 riders that spent the first part of this day in the breakaway? Do you try and hang in this group as long as you can?
Definitely. I mean, that could have been part of the strategy. It's like, you know that it's going to be a hard race. You know that you might want to get an advantage. And then you wonder which one of these riders, I mean, Oscar for sure, Murphy can sure stay here. So in a way, they might have had an easier ride. Maybe not. But they're still in the game. They're still part of the main part of the race. They shouldn't be pulling through. Right now I would definitely be sitting on and just trying to save energy and let the World Tour teams do the work. This is the time. This is where I talk about, you need to know where you belong in the pecking order so you can get an advantage.
Yeah. They're going to adjust this group down to 25, but looks like a few guys even unhappy with the size of that, realizing that 25 might be a little too big to go to line together. So now Palace trying to get up there. He sees something he likes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's on. EF is going to put one up there, and they'll try and drive this one just as they drove at the peloton. You saw how quickly those guys were moving up. You only go to the front of the group with urgency like that in one scenario where you've got a plan and you're trying to lift the tempo of this group. So I think what they're doing is trying to keep the pressure on, right? It's like, we got this split, now let's keep it rolling. Let's make sure that this group doesn't spend too much time passing the buck. And so EF will take charge here. They want to make sure that this group stays away.
Yeah, definitely. Right now it's a moment where, depending on who missed the move, they're trying to chase from behind. So you got to stay on the pedals. You got to keep it flowing. Everybody needs to rotate. And you start seeing right now who really wants this to work. Ideally, it should be all the World Tour teams that are really pushing the pace, because it's up to them. I mean, I think I saw Matteo in there, so Matteo was one of my favorites. So he's in there again. He has a bit of a wild card. He has a young team, so he doesn't have to do much work, but just follow and be there and wait until it's 1v1s.
And there's Jorgensen looking nice and calm at the back of the group, again riding on the composite USA Cycling team. Riders from there, what we call trade teams. It's a team that you're basically paid to ride on, but those teams don't always get the opportunity to race at events like the Maryland Cycling Classic, and so good opportunity for the American riders that all get waivers from their trade team to come race on Team USA.
Yeah, that's a great thing we can have sometimes in bike racing where we can do that. And Matteo was definitely really excited that his team gave him the release to come out here and race for USA Cycling.
A lot of talent on that composite squad, along with Jorgensen at Team USA Racing, Toby Klein, Brooks Winke, Owen Cole, Colby Simmons, Caleb Clausen, and Andrew Strohmeyer, all on that list. Had a chance to catch up earlier this week with Matteo Jorgensen. Rasan Bahati had a chance to talk with him.
From Boise, Idaho, started as a youngster, junior, all the way through the ranks. Did you race with Hot Tubes?
I did, yeah.
That's what I thought, Hot Tubes, and then through the ranks, went to Europe. Haven't raced in the United States in 5 years. Now you're back for the Maryland Cycling Classic. How you feeling?
I'm excited, really excited to race. I actually asked the team and asked the national team if I could do this with them, and yeah, it was my only opportunity to race in the U.S., so super excited.
Being that you spent a lot of time in Europe, did you ever think about, man, when do I get a chance to go back to the States and race in front of friends and family and whatnot?
Yeah, I think about it every year. It's always on my mind how to try to grow U.S. cycling and bring back these pro races that I think are really, really key for developing road cycling here. So I'm just happy to participate and bring any sort of attention or whatever to the race.
Well, I'll tell you, being a cycling fan myself, I'm sure everyone who was screaming at the TV for this American going up hills and almost winning stages of the Tour de France, how is that, how does that feel for you, being on the top of the stage in one of the biggest races in the world in the Tour de France, and now you're here in Maryland?
Yeah, it was awesome. The tour was, really difficult, but also a really good experience. And I'm just happy to already be back racing. And the tour ended with an injury, so I had to spend some time rehabbing and stuff. But it's been nice to come back to the U.S. Because of this race, I had an excuse to come back home and be with my family. So it's been great. It's been a nice time, and just ready to race again.
Nice. And being ready to race, what are your expectations for Sunday?
I expect a hard race. Last year we just saw a really uncontrolled race. I think that's the word I would use. There was no team trying to control it for a sprint, which made for chaos at the beginning. And I hope this year it's the same way. That would really suit me and my ambitions, but also just make the race more exciting for spectators. So I hope we see all the teams kind of decide to go on the attack instead of being defensive.
Uncontrolled chaos and attacking. We'll see you Sunday.
Oh, they got the chaos under control for the first part of it, but the chaos starting to reign supreme again. So good to see so many American stars racing here and having that level of star back to racing. We talked about Nielsen Palace wearing the polka dot jersey at the Tour de France. Matteo finding his way to the podium on a stage win. It's really speaking to the importance of these races and giving those stars a chance to race on their home turf.
Yeah, when you look at Matteo's record for this year and how he's doing so well, I mean, he's ranked 39th in the world. He's not only a good GC rider, but he's a good one-day rider. He got 9th at Flanders. That is an amazing result for a young rider. So he has a lot to show, and he has a great future coming up for him. And I'd love to see him do well here today.
Going to be hearing a whole lot more about Matteo Jorgensen. He normally rides with that Movistar team, his trade team, but obviously on loan here with Team USA.
Definitely, and the fact that he was already getting those results at these one-day races in Flanders with a team that's not really known for that kind of racing, it shows. So he gets on a good team. He's going to do some amazing things.
All right, so these are the 25 riders that have made this new selection at the front of the bike race after the 5 leaders came back into the fold. They are all still in here, but they have been joined by 20 more riders who are now trying to maintain this split. We did see EF get to the front, try and drive it and split this group again. They have been unsuccessful so far, but they are putting some riders at the back in trouble in this group. So it will not be this big of a group going to the line together onto the finishing circuits in Baltimore. These guys are going to try and get rid of some riders at the back of this group as the big teams start to make their way to the front right now.
With this pace and these roads, they don't have to try to get rid of riders. They're going to get dropped.
Of course, is going to take care of that for him.
As you can see from the back, as the peloton pushes at the front, the back is hurting. Some of these guys are going to hang off for dear life, and hopefully, I know from experience from this riding the course that it's not an easy course, and there's nowhere to hide. So you're putting pressure on the pedals no matter what part of the group you're in. So might as well be towards the front where you can be in the game.
Eddie Fine looking at the back of the main peloton right now, so we're at the main group here. These guys signaling back to their cars with the hand in the air. That lets the commissar know, sort of a referee in the group, that will call those cars forward. You can't just drive your car up to the group whenever you want. You have to get clearance from the officials that are sort of like traffic cops in the group. And so that's why the riders raise their hand at the back of the group. This is the front group, and I'm seeing some riders starting to slip off the front of this front group.
Are we seeing the front of the group, or was that the pack trying to get across? That was the back trying to get across. So still, the main peloton wants to get back into the race. But yeah, these guys are moving really well. These guys are moving very well.
Well, that gap can't be too small, as that front group does have team cars behind him. I'm not sure if those are the cars just left over from the earlier breakaway, or if the commissars have let those cars go through the group up to the front.
I think you're right. I think the cars are left over from the breakaway, because we're not seeing the time gap yet, which tells us it's not big enough yet. And that's why you see the peloton still trying to jump across.
In fact, it may be more clear once they force those cars out of the breakaway.
Well, no, the fact that you see a Jayco car there then tells you that they let the cars go through. So maybe the gap is a little bit bigger. We'll start seeing some time splits soon, so we'll know how big this gap is.
This is Lucas Hamilton, the Australian.
Now we need to start counting numbers. How many teams have all their contenders, all the main guys they brought to try to do well here, and how many of the other teams have their numbers? And you start playing that game. You start understanding who's who. And again, Mateo, just sit back, watch the show, and wait. Once the show really starts, that's when he comes in.
Some tight handling, great bike handling from these guys on the way down. Human Powered Health back at the car.
Yeah, definitely one of the benefits of being a bike racer is you have to be really good technically. You end up these roads, these technical roads, these tight roads, understanding where to be, how to go through corners. Yes, look at the gap. We're seeing the gap. That looks like what? Maybe 30 seconds?
Yeah, that's not a minute. That's for sure.
Not a minute. So they let the cars in kind of early. That's strange. Usually you wait. Because now what happens is the second group might be able to use the cars to get back in.
Right.
So their focus is not to get to the peloton, it's to get the back of those cars. It's a tough day. You can see it. I mean, man, we're looking like, I feel like I'm watching a mountain stage right now.
Yeah. And now these guys going to stay on it. Trek putting two up at the front. Israel Premier Tech, EF, Jayco all up there. And it's no surprise, it's not a coincidence that we're seeing the level of teams riding at the front changing, right? Early on, we saw some of the smaller teams being active, but now as it gets harder later on into the day, all the big dogs making their way to the front.
All it takes is one big dog to start to play, and then everybody else has to react. So I think that's what happened on that KOM. Somebody decided to go for it.
Into the feed zone, Palace moving over to the side.
And yeah, feeding is so critical today. It is so hot out there. It's going to be 90 plus, and humidity's high. You're burning through a lot of energy. Hydration is huge. I'm surprised. I mean, probably because of speed. I'm surprised I'm not seeing as many ice bags.
Some riders missing the feed zone. You see Human Powered Health's Pierre-Andre Cote, the Canadian reigning Pan American champion, in the white jersey there with his hand in the air.
So we keep seeing all the World Tour teams pulling through. You know, we have them all. They're all interested in making sure that sticks. They have numbers. Everybody feels happy with the numbers. It tells me everybody has multiples.
Now we've seen Track riding the front. They're happy. Jayco riding the front. They're happy. EF really started this split. Got to assume they're happy.
Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. I've expected more numbers for them in this group. So maybe they're not as happy as they. You know, I see two. They have two riders. Do you have confirmation how many?
Now things starting to settle down a little bit up there. As these guys continue rolling, we've been talking a lot about the history here in Baltimore, including around the Inner Harbor, where the water awaits the riders at the finish line today. Let's learn a little bit more about the history of some of the ships in the area.
This is the museum ship Coast Guard Cutter 37, a well-kept secret in Baltimore. Originally commissioned in 1936 as Coast Guard Cutter Taney, this vessel is the last warship still afloat that saw action during the 1941 Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. She served 50 years from 1936 until 1986, being decommissioned on, appropriately, December 7th, 1986, after which she was brought here to Baltimore and has been a museum ship ever since. We're here in Cutter 37's navigation bridge. This is the brain of the ship, where the ship is commanded. Here is the ship's helm, where the ship is steered, and then right next to the helm we have our navigation devices, our electronic gyro compass repeater for precision, and in case the electronics fail, we also have a good old magnetic compass here in the binnacle just in case. Behind me is our engine order telegraph. This is how we communicate speed change orders down to the engine room to either speed up or slow down and to go in forward or reverse. That's done here. Just up here is an interesting thing. We have a speaking tube. Again, electronics can fail, so communication devices like phones or telegraphs can fail if the ship takes damage or shorts out. But a pipe with a hole in it doesn't break. I'm standing here in the cutter's 5-inch 38 gun mount, forward on the ship towards the bow. The ship actually had 4 of these installed at one time, but as her mission changed, some of them came and went as time went on. But this one still remains up here forward. 11 men would operate this gun mount at any time in this space that I'm standing right now, and the gun was used for her mission support role, particularly during World War II and during Vietnam, where she helped to shoot at aircraft as well as North Vietnamese enemy positions during the Vietnam War. The gun has a range of 9 miles, which means from here in Baltimore's Inner Harbor, I could put a shell onto the start gate at Pimlico. The CO's cabin on Cutter 37 is where her 31 commanding officers would come to rest, relax, eat, and sleep during their off-watch hours on board the ship. One of the coolest facts about this ship is that when it was decommissioned, they knew it was going to become a museum, and so it was purposefully left as intact as possible, as opposed to what happens usually where ships sit for a while, they're stripped, things are taken off. This one was left intact, and so an example of that is actually right behind me here. The bulletin board shows the date the ship was decommissioned on the calendar page here, appropriately December 7th, 1986, and a little handwritten note is still here where it says, "We're gone." It's as if the crew just put down their pencils and walked off. Today, you can walk on and visit this ship as part of the Historic Ships in Baltimore collection of museum ships.
Back up to the front group, starting to get a better idea of who is in this move, but we did identify some big names in there. Talked about Simon Yates earlier in the day. Nielsen Palace has also made this split, another one of the big pre-race favorites. You also have to remember the riders from that original breakaway are also in this group, so that'll be Sevilla, Murphy, Miles, Lozano. We saw Matteo Jorgensen has made it up into this group. Team Cofidis has Victor Lafay up there, stage winner at this year's Tour de France. And then Human Powered Health also getting Scott McGill into the move. That'll be a big get for them. McGill, a local to Maryland, so he is about as close to a hometown hero as the folks here at the Maryland Cycling Classic are going to get. He calls Falston, Maryland home, which is not far from where we are here.
Yeah, I got to meet his parents yesterday, and they're super excited. The family, everybody's here to watch him. I think his dogs are here too. So he is definitely very excited to be here. Very excited to show.
Watch this.
Oh, look at that.
Good save.
Yep, good save. Yep. That's when you don't have that many turns in a race like that, you put in a roundabout at the last minute. Sometimes it happens.
Just skipped out a little bit, caught it, and then once your wheel re-grabs, that's where you get kind of bucked up. But that rodder did a good job. Look at this Covenus rodder hammering it on the front right now.
Yep, they're committed. You can tell everybody's in their aero position, tucking in, keeping it flowing.
Oh yeah, these guys are working. And this is bad news. If you miss this split, you are really panicking right now if you're not in this front group.
I mean, most of the teams have numbers, so I mean, all the World Tour teams have numbers. I mean, this is up to them right now. If I was a smaller team, I would just be watching them right now. Let them do the work. But, that's not your responsibility.
See how these guys are able to tuck in at the back.
Yep.
A Jayco rider putting his nose to the stem.
Yep.
Just trying to minimize this frontal profile. You can really save a lot of energy sitting at the back there, but you have to be careful because if you get caught on the wrong side of a split, any energy that you save drafting is now gone. And so that's why they're starting to move up. They're sensing some weakness in these guys that they're moving past.
You saw Oscar Sevilla at the back. He was in the breakaway at the beginning. And so he's resting right now. He's hopefully recovering from his effort and doesn't have to do any work with the front. These guys are still fresh. They're moving fast. They're pushing through really quickly. Human Powered Health is helping out too. So you see that they're committed to making this work too. In my opinion, I'd be sitting on right now.
Yeah, plenty of work being done at the front of this group, and I think Nielsen Palace realizing that as he moves off to the side, grabs some water, and just sort of takes inventory on this group. Really no reason for him to do any more work than he needs to, as Nielsen has certainly been focusing on this one. Rassan Bahati had a chance to catch up with him before the race earlier this weekend.
We do need our own show to list all the results you've had over the last few years. And I've been an American, and watching an American cyclist race in Europe has been phenomenal. So congratulations on that, first and foremost. Secondly, I want to hop into your result from last year, how that played out, and how you think it's going to play out this year.
I was actually pleasantly surprised with the way the race played out last year. I wasn't expecting it to be so hard, but this year I will be expecting it to be hard, and it'll definitely play into my hands if it's harder. So I hope the first half just starts with some fireworks already, and that way, if everyone's empty in the end, that'll play to my strengths a bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone would agree that this sort of course, rolly, punchy, very hard, and the weather, could that play a part on Sunday's results?
Definitely. I was in Houston, Texas for 3 weeks before this, just training at the peak heat hours of the day to get ready for this race, just doing some heat adaptation. And it was 110, 90% humidity in Houston, so this will be a walk in the park.
Walk in the park, man. You have done a lot of good things in the sport. You're opening up the doors for a lot of other people. Being a Native American, your sisters in the Peloton. I mean, you're doing a lot of great things. Any advice to those watching on Sunday about, you kind of touched on it during the press conference of how America has some of the best athletes of all time, and just kind of breaking that barrier down and giving them the exposure. How can we get them out to the race on Sunday so they can watch you hopefully get back on the podium?
Yeah, I hope that the streets are filled with fans, and I hope that I have the chance to interact with them, because another special thing about cycling is just how close to the athletes you can get. It's it's not every day that you can just walk up and touch the best athletes in any given sport. So that's a really special aspect of cycling, and I think that if you just get out and feel the energy, just feel even just the wind that the peloton carries when they go by is pretty. It's a pretty special experience, and it blew me away the first time I saw it. First time I felt that energy, and it's just what made me want to become a pro cyclist, and just do everything I could to figure out how to make that happen. And I just think it all just starts with some motivation.
You heard it. Motivation, tenacity, and he's been at it. He's very young, but one of the best riders in the world. We're so happy to have you here.
Happy to be here. Thanks.
All things going well for Powless so far. He made this initial selection, as far as we can tell, the only EF Education Easy Post rider to make this front group. We're looking for, I see one other pink jersey in there, so we'll see if this data gets updated, because I think there are at least 2 pink jerseys in there now that we get a better look at this front group. Still continuing to identify riders in here. We are still waiting on full list of numbers here from Race Radio, but we are starting to pick up a few, at least faces that we recognize in there. We saw Lucas Hamilton from Team Jayco up on the front earlier. Scott McGill, we talked about, has made it in there. Also saw Tom Skoinch up into the group for the Trek Squad. That was another bit rider that had a lot of fans at the team presentation last night, so there'll be a lot of people here in the U.S. happy to see Skoinch up into the front group.
Yeah, I mean, we're already almost at halfway point, and it's been action the whole time. This is an exciting race to me. I mean, I know when you watch a race and you can stay interacting in every little move that's happening, I mean, it also tells you how hard the race is.
Well, here's Neilson Powless, who has just finished up his time on the front.
He's looking very comfortable. You can tell he feels good about this. He's good.
Guy looks amazing on the bike right now.
He's having a good day. You see it when you pedal.
Looks like he's looking for a little help from the team car as his teammate does the work up at the front of the group.
Yep, they're committed. They're pulling. They only have 2. I mean, you have to still be careful here. You have 2 riders. It's in a breakaway. Jayco has numbers. Trek has numbers. And Mateo seems to be still hiding in the peloton. I mean, in the group, in the front group. He's also in a very good place. As this race continues, you'll start seeing riders get dropped.
Yeah, that was Tyler Stites, Project Echelon Racing. Trying to jump onto the back of this group here. Race Radio now saying 20 riders in that front group. So I think they're starting to dial it in here. Stites looking for a new bottle. This will be a great finisher for Project Echelon. Tyler Stites, one of the best sprinters on that squad.
That's great.
Really good stage racer as well.
It's great to see him in there. Great to see these young riders still hanging in there and with these top World Tour riders. Here we have the back of the group. Yep.
Kaboom.
Kaboom. Yep. They've waving the white flag, looks like.
You see a lot of these guys when their job is done, it's done. Mission accomplished, and it'll go well off the back of the group. I think I might have seen Eder Frere back there. Frere was doing some work early for that Legion of Los Angeles team.
I mean, that just shows you about this race. It's such a tough race to read how you're going to play it tactically, because riders get dropped so quickly. One hard climb, and it's split in half.
Jayco driving on the front of the front group, where they've got Yates. They're also going to be looking at Lawson Craddock. Meanwhile, these guys picking a rough time to go back to the cars. Guys in the front group not doing them any favors on the front.
Showing us the speed, 49.
For our European viewers, this isn't miles per hour, so. these guys handle these lines.
Yeah. I mean, you have to become really good. I mean, he's riding through the cars. That's something that, as a professional rider, you have to be very comfortable with, and you trust your drivers. And it's not always, it doesn't work out, but look at that corner. You see that?
Yeah.
That's true handling by the drivers to make sure they make space for the riders.
And the riders to trust that corner as well, not
Exactly.
slam on the brakes. Seeing that car going into the corner, you have to trust that that driver is going to do the right thing and commit to that line as well. So Stites with plenty of experience riding in these caravans. Did a couple European campaigns this year with that Project Echelon squad. So that's a team really punching above their weight. I mean, having a guy like Tyler Stites in this front group, he's riding with World Tour riders at one of the biggest races, if not the biggest race in America.
Yep. I mean, his main goal now is to make sure he gets through that last KOM. You know, if he can get into that and get into the circuits, you know, where it starts becoming a little bit of more tactical game, you can get an opportunity. You know, you see them settling in. It's tough out there. We don't realize they're going uphill right now. This is a steep little hill, and they've been going up these little steep hills all day long. This must be the second group. So they're still trying to, I mean, run. But it is a big group. It is a big group that could. All right, we're back to the front. You're starting to see, oh, we got a little bit of a gap here.
Another little split forming.
And this is a gap that's happening because people don't want to go pull through. And so different people decide to pull off because they don't want to be at the front, and easily, all of a sudden you have a gap. So you have to react quickly. So depending, you got to look at who's there, who's not. A rider like Mateo that's on his own, he has to make quick decisions there.
Let's see if these guys go single file through the windy section here. Back up to the front. EF is driving it. So what do you do here, Freddie? Are they trying to split this group one more time? Do you just let the course take care of it, see who's left by the time you get onto the circuits, or does this require a more concerted effort?
I think it's going to be a little bit of both, because it's going to happen. The course itself is going to wear down a lot of the riders, but then you have to pick points in the race, points where you feel you can make an advantage, depending on your qualities if you're a climber. Me as a sprinter, I'd be focusing on where the riders were going to put the hurt on me and try to get rid of me as more of a sprinter that could do well at the finish, and make sure that I'm there and I'm at 100% as fast as I could be for when they go 100%, and I can follow. You know, I always said as long as I'm, you know, as long as the climb is not 15 minutes, a climber can get over it. And so these are not hard things, but you have to be prepared for it.
Redoubling the efforts on the front for Israel Premier Tech. Trek responded to it.
There's a little gap here, so we got, you know, this is all course based.
Very clear that Israel wanted to split that one again. See how they have two guys here? It was an attack and then a counter attack. So this was a planned move for Israel Premier Tech. They knew that they needed to get this group down to a smaller group, so they sent one rider up the road to increase the tempo, and then another guy to come across the top of that one, and it worked. Look at this split. 7 guys going clear now.
7 guys, but my question is, did it happen naturally? Were they just in the right place at the right time, and they looked around and said, okay, let's give it a little more gas?
No, they split it because that one guy went away solo, and then the Trek rider had to respond. You don't get a gap like that without making an effort.
And
so
look behind. More splits are happening.
Yeah, and now these guys are fighting behind them of who's going to chase this gap, who's going to do the work to bring it back. So that's great news for these guys that made it into this second split of 7 riders. Oh, Israel Premier Tech has 2 in there.
2 in there. This is good.
This couldn't have been a better setup for them. Beautiful tactics coming from this squad today. Steve Bauer, the team manager, back in the car, setting this one up, launching an attack, and then sending another one over the top to split it. Jayco's got one. Trek's got one. Cofidis has one. EF has one. These are the chasers behind them. And then I think there's even a third group behind these guys remaining from that front group.
This is the main. This is, yeah, look at that. Who's the guy in the back? Do we have a number on that? 118.
Maybe Eder Frere here, 116. Yeah, I see the Mexican champ bands on his right sleeve. So here is Frere having a go at it now. He wants to join that front group. Trek is going to send Tony Gallipan up the road as well. Oh. Hey, look at this. Frere is going to make it. Gallipan going to pull the plug. And this is about to get a whole lot more chaotic as well. Yes. Just as we started to get that front group figured out, it's going to change because they're about to have a whole lot more riders joining them here.
I don't think these guys want that group to go. They're still putting some effort into it.
These guys still trying to hold on to this gap, but riders starting to jump out of the chase group behind them. So they split it, and now got another split going as well. So they will be back into downtown Baltimore here very shortly. They are finishing up the second circuit around the Pretty Boy Reservoir and then starting to drop their way back down into the finish where Rahsaan Bahati will be waiting for them. Rahsaan out on course right now with some very special guests. Let's go out to Rahsaan live from downtown Baltimore. Rahsaan. All right, we'll see if we can get Rahsaan back out there in the field as we keep our eye on the front group. 15 seconds, they're saying, back to the chasers behind. Now, this graphic showing 3 riders from Israel Premier Tech with Boven, Sheehan, and Frigo. See if we can see them up in the front group. We're at the back of that lead group right now, the back of Group 2 on the road. All right, sounds like we have got Rahsaan Bahati back with us online, so let's go back out to Rahsaan Bahati.
We're here at the finish line of the second annual Maryland Cycling Classic, and I'm with Joe of United Healthcare. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, Rahsaan, thanks so much. Man, this is just awesome. Second year that United Healthcare's been involved. To see this many people in Baltimore come out and support, not only here at the finish line, but throughout the race. We're watching it on TV. You can go and watch it on Tour Tracker. You can watch it on the Maryland Public Station. But what this is really about is bringing the community together. To have the ability to do things like this all weekend. We started at William Pack Elementary in Baltimore, gave bikes away, helmets, and then Anton Daru here is just going to talk a little bit about our Bridges of Hope charity ride. But what an amazing event here. Anton?
Yeah, yesterday we had about 150 people riding in the Bridges of Hope United Healthcare Children's Foundation charity ride, and was raising money for kids that need grants to help them with healthcare expenses, so kids from our community. And it was great to be out there with a group of friends, you know, riding, getting some exercise and having a good time out for a good cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And United Healthcare has been around sports for a long time. Like you said, community. And the Bridges of Hope ride, raising funds for families that sometimes are in need. I think that's very important. So congratulations. I hope that we continue to have your support in United Healthcare and supporting bike racing. And this is a phenomenal event.
Amazing, amazing event. I mean, to be able to promote health and wellness, we know how much the cycling athletes here have to put into this world-class event. And to be able to align with our mission, helping people live healthier lives, this is awesome.
Well, thanks so much. And congratulations again, United Healthcare.
UHC, another one of the great longtime partners here in the sport of cycling. Nice to have them back here with the Maryland Cycling Classic. So up to our front group, as we have confirmed, Eder Frere made his way in to make it 8 in the group with Boivin, Cote, Frere, Frigo, Hamilton, Lefay, Sheehan, and Scoins. Your 8 riders in the front group now. And these guys going to be racing for 9th place on down. This is the second group on the road. See Nielsen Palace, number 21 there, a very calm EF rider at the back, so it looks like he's happy to let this group of 8 roll for a little bit. He's got plenty of reinforcements with him, so if Palace is looking at this group right here with guys like Tony Gallopin in here, if those guys get together, theoretically, they should be able to bring some time back on this group. So no reason to worry yet. You can still see the group up the road from this shot. So again, this is the second group on the road with 8 riders away.
But yet you have to be careful on this course. You cannot let, and it's such a different race when it comes to all the little climbs. The attacks are going to keep happening. So you just got to stay on top of the next attacks. Because another group's going to roll. So you got to be ready as we see it now.
And yeah, these guys going to attack out of group number 2. So as you said, they realize that this one may be the move that goes. So now a bunch of riders trying to go across the gap.
Yeah, I don't see this group coming back as a group. Yeah. The only way it's going to come back is they go as a small group and attack from it. And here we're back to the leaders. And we got a non-World Tour rider sneaking in there.
Frere from Legion of Los Angeles in the white jersey. We saw him get up to the front. And then Pierre-Andre Cote, the other white jersey in there, wearing the Pan American Champions jersey. That is the human-powered health rider, but again, does not wear the standard orange and purple jersey because he is the current Pan Am champ, and so he wears special Pan Am Champions jersey. That's him right there, number 63.
Number 63, wow. Yeah, so we have 2 riders. These, that's great to see them in there. Mixing it up.
And this is the remainder of Peloton, what's left in the race, group number 3 on the road.
I'm actually surprised it's staying together this big. Look at how, did we see this last year? We did not see this group stay together, so the quality's good. We got some quality riders.
And that's actually a big problem for these riders in the front group, knowing that there's still organized horsepower behind them in Chase, which was not the case last year. That was why the breakaway was able to be successful, is because so many riders had lost contact with the main group and there just wasn't an organized peloton to chase them. Back up to the chasers now, group 2 on the road.
This is the group that's a little bit in panic. I would say starts getting a bit of in a panic mode. You don't want to miss that key move. They do have numbers, but as we see from this course, it's hard to come back once you let a group roll and you don't have the numbers, because people start sitting on and people start getting tired. This group is rolling well together.
No time to take in the scenery, but riders racing past beautiful Sagamore Farms off to the right-hand side. One of the premier equestrian facilities on site here.
Guys, we have to remember, it is 95 degrees out there right now.
Eder Frere didn't forget. He's looking for some hydration from the team car.
They got the engine on, and it's boiling out there.
No time to take in the scenery today. Got to get back to work. See a little bit of the racetrack on site at Sagamore Farms as well. A different type of speed training going on in these fields, but
a little bit less horsepower.
Yeah. A shady spot to watch the bike race.
And he's got it settling to a nice little rhythm here.
This group really doing a good job of working together, especially for such a big group.
They're all questioning now how they feel for the next climb. You know.
Kofidis looking for the team car as they come up on 5K to the first sprint. Oh, while we have a little time here, let's learn a little bit more about Sagamore Farms, which they are just rolling by right now.
Welcome to Sagamore Farm. Sagamore Farm is a historic thoroughbred farm. It was established in the very early 1920s. It was gifted to Alfred Vanderbilt on his 21st birthday. It's most famous for raising championship racehorses. It was considered a powerhouse in the 1950s. We're here in the Stallion Barn at Sagamore Farm. This is a picture of Native Dancer and his groom, Joe Hall. Native Dancer is the most famous horse to come from Sagamore. He won 21 of his 22 starts, only losing the Kentucky Derby by a nose, and this was his stall. This is Chase Greatness. He is one of our retired thoroughbreds here at Sagamore. He raced, suffered an injury, and came home. He was born here, and he'll stay here as long as he can. All he has to do is eat grass and peppermints, which is his favorite thing to do. We no longer breed and race thoroughbreds, but we do grow corn and rye for our Sagamore Spirit Rye whiskey. And you can see the silos that hold the rye and the corn right behind us. We're here now in the cemetery at Sagamore Farm. There are 14 horses buried here. It's a really quiet, peaceful spot. 3 members of the Hall of Fame, Discovery, Bed of Roses, and Native Dancer is right here. He's our most famous horse, and he is still prevalent in most modern pedigrees today.
Back up to our race horses. The front group was Sheehan, Frigo, Scoinge, Henri, Hamilton, Lafay, Cote, and Frere, your lead group.
I mean, we got Lafay in there. He is a one-day climbing specialist. He got 6th at Flesh Wallone this year. That is a big race, and this is the kind of races he's good at, especially at this kind of craziness, you know, where attacks are happening all the time.
Speaks to his ability to finish things off here. Eder Frere says hello to the cameras.
He's happy to be there.
Yeah.
I would too. It shows form, quality.
Back into our first chase group. This is Hugo Hoyle, the Canadian for Israel Premier Tech, now leading the way at the front of the group, trying to join these guys up the road. Let's talk about big number 3 at the back here. Riley Sheehan, a new signing to that Israel Premier Tech team coming from his Denver Disruptor squad. This is his first race in the blue and purple jerseys with that Israel Premier Tech team. Talk about what that's like, Freddie, making that jump up to your first World Tour ride, getting a stagiaire contract. It's sort of like a guest rider, guest contract. And for Riley Sheehan, he gets to make his debut here in the United States with Israel Premier Tech.
Oh, that's an amazing moment. I still remember getting my first ride at the top level. It's a dream come true, and all you have to do is just keep doing what you're doing. Keep working hard, keep believing, keep having passion, and help your teammates. Because a lot of the roles of the young riders is to really be a team player and support the team.
Sheehan coming off of a win at the Joe Martin stage race earlier this year, which included 2 stage wins on his way to winning the overall there. Rode with the Premier Tech U23 program last year, so got a little taste of that program. That's kind of like the trial system that they have, where they kind of try you out on the younger U23 teams, and then once you're ready, they'll make the jump up.
Yeah, and some of these young under 23 teams are very, I mean, as you see, some of the best riders in the world are under 23 now. So there's a lot of quality at the younger age now. We've seen riders starting to train a lot earlier, getting coaches, doing a lot of base miles from a young age, and they're getting to the top level a little earlier. And it was also a tradition back in my day and pre my day that there was a bit of a pecking order. It took a little longer to get to the top level. You know, I didn't go over until I was 24, 25. And riders are going a lot earlier.
These guys making their way towards our first intermediate sprint here, coming up in our H&S Bakery Sprint Point competition.
Be interested to see who's going to go for it. We're at 200 meters. No one's really sprinting, so it sounds like to me they've all committed to making this work.
Frigo getting to the front here for Israel Premier Tech. See if anyone wants to break rank, but looks like they have all come to an agreement.
Wow.
Pretty impressive to get this big of a group all together on the same page.
Yeah, they're committed. They want this to work. They're excited. You know, this is the move.
Yeah.
This could be the move.
So what you're seeing here is guys that are focusing on the war and sort of putting the battle aside in our H&S Bakery sprint competition. Riders looking for points along the way, but these guys don't want to fight amongst themselves. They would rather stay together and ride as a unit to try to win this whole bike race overall. And so they agree that they're not going to do any infighting. They're not going to sprint for these H&S Bakery points because they believe that if they cooperate all the way until the end of this race, for another, with 46.6 miles to go, let's say they work together for another 45 miles, and then they can start fighting each other. But they have a much bigger goal in mind right now, and they all have the belief that this breakaway can make it to the line today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to be cohesive here. And also at the same time, you know that this race keeps wearing on you, so you got to be careful how much energy you use. I still see some riders wanting to get back into the race. I don't see, Mateo being good with this. I see the race splitting up again from the back and a group coming across.
And just as they come off of the H&S Bakery Intermediate Sprint, they are right on to another State of Maryland King of the Mountain climb for KOM number 3 coming up here.
All right. This is going to be more to see who comes across, more than the KOM points. I think the KOM points are set. I don't see them sprinting for these KOM points.
This will be the Falls Road climb, about 1.6K long, average gradient of 4%, but another steep one, maxes out at 17% on the way up Falls Road here. Remember, we saw David Lozano pick up maximum points the first 2 times over, so he'll start this one with 8 points going into the last climb. Lozano not in this front group. In fact, nobody in this front group has any points, so they should sweep these KOM points, and that will lock up the King of the Mountain competition for David Lozano today. It's the best case scenario for him with a kilometer to go to the top of the State of Maryland King of the Mountain competition.
I mean, everybody's settled into rhythm here. No one's
and these guys know it too. There's no contenders for KOM points here.
Exactly.
It'll be a welcome situation for Lozano and Novo Nordisk, who are looking like they're going to walk away from the Maryland Cycling Classic with the State of Maryland King of the Mountain champion jersey. It's a nice pickup for them. Novo Nordisk, another team riding with a mission. All the riders on that squad are type 1 diabetics, and so they race all over the world to show people that you can still race at the highest level, still live your life with diabetes, and now they got a King of the Mountain jersey to take home to headquarters.
Awesome for them. It shows how far we've come with it. To be able to manage their sugars and do these kind of events is pretty amazing.
That's a really amazing technology that allows the riders to monitor their blood sugar levels live. They'll have a patch that they put on their arm, and they can actually monitor those levels as athletes. We're also seeing more riders joining in here.
Look at this.
Yeah, so now the chase group is starting to join the front group. Those guys were playing games. This group is about to get a whole lot bigger, and there are some big names joining in here, including Simon Yates, number 31. Just saw making his way up there. Not going to get there in time for the KOM here, but this is much more on the line with bigger implications, the group joining here.
Yes, I expected this to happen. I expected that too many riders still want to be in this game, and this is the point they can come across.
All right, so let's see who is making their way up. I see Yates in there. I see Scott McGill making his way up to the front.
Powell's in there.
Tyler Stites from Project Echelon going to get back into it. Nielsen Powell is so calm. He missed that first split, but he said, you know what, there'll be more time. Don't need to panic yet. Now he's going to go with this one, but just to make sure that he gets there, Yates has really good race vision here as well. He knows when he has to make moves and when he doesn't.
Yeah.
He got right on the wheel of Powless. McGill at the back of the group. He'll have a lot of fans cheering for him here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Again, the Maryland local making his way into the front group right now. He's going to try and join his teammate. Remember, he has Pierre-Andre Cote already up there in the white Pan Am Champs jersey.
I'm not seeing Mateo.
Don't see a Team USA jersey here yet. And I say yet.
Yet.
So that'll be the connection right there. See the guys reaching for bottles, usually a sign that they're pretty comfortably in here.
Right, again, numbers. Jaco has the numbers, EF has numbers.
And as those guys look so fresh up on the front,
again,
struggling at the back.
They're struggling in the back, but in numbers. So definitely, that's a little bit of people are starting to understand the course, and how to race it. Of course, they're strong. Interesting to see what's going to happen in this group.
And you see the work you have to do, even just letting a small gap open up through that feed zone. Try and grab a bottle or whatever it is. But then you got to pay for it.
You got to pay for it. And the group is big. It's basically the whole peloton.
And they're all working on chasing a group of what is about to be 20 guys. It was 7 with a chase of 13 behind them. The chase of 13 has now made its way up to that group of 7. So I think we can go ahead and call this a group of 20 riders at the front of the bike race. So now, Freddie, what does this front group do? Do they try and split it again? I mean, we saw Premier Tech. Remember, the Israel Premier Tech team was responsible for that first split. They did the old 1-2 over the top of each other. Do they try and do the same again now that this one has come back together?
It really depends on the course. If we have any more climbs, I don't think we have any more climbs. I think this is going to be a little bit like last year. We're coming in with a big group.
Yeah, look at that elevation profile in the upper left-hand corner. Just one more big up, and then you see the 3 just little ticks. Those are the 3 finishing circuits in downtown Baltimore. So a little bit of a net downhill run into the finishing circuits.
I see this group staying together now. I see this group saying, okay, now this is really who's left. Let's get into the circuit. Let's play that game now. So we're seeing a little bit what happened last year.
All right, well, these guys coming up on 78 miles completed of the 121.8, 196K on tap for these guys today. A break of what is now 15 riders, call it 20, have made their way away. And now we're wondering if this will be the winning group going into downtown Baltimore, Maryland for the finishing 3 circuits at the Maryland Cycling Classic. So these guys doing the work, we're going to keep an eye on them. With 43 miles of racing to go, we're going to take a quick break here from the Maryland Cycling Classic, and when we come back, live action to the finish.
The best healthcare is there in ways big and small. There when we most and least expect it. We may not see it, but we feel it. It lets us know we're not in this alone. Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who never quits. One who's there for what matters. United Healthcare. There for what matters.
The voice calls to each of us to do things no one thought possible. So we move forward, not just for us, but for all of us. Johns Hopkins Medicine, forward for all of us.
You'll be to Baltimore. Yeah, so pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
For serving up experiences worth savoring and sharing. For giving you great reasons to stand up and get loud. For bringing you together over arts and crafts. You're welcome.
And you're welcome to come see all that Maryland has to offer. This is Governor Wes Moore inviting you to shake up how you vacation. Listen, just go to visitmaryland.org and plan your trip.
Front group of the Maryland Cycling Classic with 42.4 miles of racing to go. Again, a breakaway of what was 7, caught by the chasers, and now trying to figure out how this one is going to play out with the front group. Still a small group chasing behind these guys, trying to jump on to what is now that lead group of 20, but if these guys keep riding the way that they have been, it's going to be tough to jump on that moving train rolling away here. You see just at the top of the picture here, the harbor awaiting the riders as they start to drop into downtown Baltimore, headed south into town, where again they will do 3 finishing circuits. And if these guys make it onto the circuit without the field, they will hold the field behind them. So the chasers, if you don't make it onto the circuit in time, will be held. Then they're going to release them to finish. But if you can make it onto the circuit without the chasers, you're in good shape. Look at this, Freddie. Even more splits forming in this group. It's almost looking like echelons out there.
They're moving. This front group is really wanting to, they're going to make, look at we're on attack
This
right
is
now.
why these guys are not cooperating in the front group. It's too big. There are too many riders, and now one of the EF Education Easy Post riders going to have a go at it. They've got Palace.
Yes.
And this will make a lot of American cycling fans happy.
That means they're not happy with the composition of the group. That means not everybody's working.
Well, here's why. It's because they've got 3 Trek riders, they've got 3 Israel Premier Tech riders, they've got 3 Jayco riders. They're outnumbered, and EF has to do something about it, because if they let this group go to the line, they're going to get smoked in that finishing sprint. So EF is now trying to figure out what to do about this numbers problem with 3 other teams, each with 3 riders. What a rare scenario in a breakaway like this.
It shows the quality that's been brought to this race. There's a lot of good riders, and they're showing it. I would say definitely EF has to be careful not to waste too much energy trying to split this group up at the same time. Just because then you're really caught out, tired, and outnumbered. So a little bit of that, finding the right move, the right group. Look at the speed, 56 miles an hour in the tuck.
I'm not going to be able to get away here. You see all these guys in that tuck position because they are maxing out the gearing on the way down. This is about as fast as you can go pedaling that bike in the biggest gear that you have. At those speeds, you would have to do like 160 RPM or something crazy in order to even engage the freewheel in the rear wheel. And so that's why you see the guys down in that tuck position.
I think we're out of
has to do with the speed coming off of that descent and dropping down into town here, but part of it is because there are some big teams driving on the front.
Yep. If I was EF, I know they're outnumbered right now, but I'd wait till we get to the circuits, because the circuits will make it a little tricky and more technical, and find opportunities where they can split up. They definitely don't want to be outnumbered, but you got to be smart when to start breaking a group apart.
Remember, Tom Scoinge for the Trek squad was in a very similar scenario here last year. He made it into the finishing circuits with a small select group.
And it's still rolling. Everybody looking at each other, eyeing out who's stronger, who has a poker face, who wants it. I mean, this is a time where you got to start getting your mindset. You know, this is where you start getting excited. There's a possibility you can win this race. You have to believe that. And you start looking around. Who are your allies? Who do you have to watch? Who can make a difference? Because there's certain people that, you know, it's hard to see it as, you know, when we're watching it, but they can feel it. When you're riding next to somebody, you can tell who are the guys that you think you have to really keep an eye on.
I think EF already did that math. We saw them attacking the group, realizing that they were going to go up against 3 teams, each with 3 riders. Israel Premier Tech, Trek Little, and Jayco also with 3, with Yates, Polsterberger, and Hamilton.
And it's tough because they have 2 riders and the other teams have 3, so they basically can tell the third guy, says, your job is to basically cancel that move out and save us 2 for later. So, or they could split it up. So, you know, it's a really tricky thing. Do I spend the energy trying to split this group apart, or save it?
Riders going by the Baltimore County Firehouse. Big shout out to the county here. Big part of making this race happen, obviously keeping the spectators and athletes safe. Nice to see them making it out to cheer the riders on. Thank you very much to all of our first responders for everything they do every day to keep us safe.
Look at the back of the field. I mean, they haven't given up on this. They're out there trying to make it back in. I mean, guys are pulling through. This is the chase right now, trying to get back into it. You know, look at their faces. Look at the effort they're putting into this. They're like, I'm not out. I'm gonna give everything I got.
Matthias Vacek at the back here for the Middle Trek team. And these guys still taking pulls.
Yeah.
I mean, Andre Delettre going to take over next. And Kofidis putting 2 guys up there.
Yeah, Kofidis is definitely interested in bringing this back.
Skyline contributing as well. We saw Julien Gagne up there, the Canadian. Meanwhile, front group calming down a little bit. Looks like all the cars have made it in. And as you said, any hope that EF may have had of trying to split this group may have to wait until the circuits, because the terrain not going to give them a ton of opportunities between here and downtown, so they may have to use the corners to their advantage.
Yes, I would definitely wait till we get to the course, to the final part of it, because if you do it too early, you put yourself in isolation and you might waste too much energy. So you have to time your efforts correctly.
Jayco guys having a little chat, passing off some bottles. Is that Yates giving a clean bottle?
Not sure. I mean, we got numbers. We got Yates has 2 teammates. Palace only has 1. Sequence has 2.
We're going to have to check the graphic here, because that was Chris Harper, the Jayco Alula rider in there. It's not showing up on our on-screen graphic. Here's finish line awaiting the riders as the fans starting to gather here in downtown Baltimore. Again, a finishing circuit, 3 loops around, but it's a pretty big circuit, Freddie. You had a chance to look at kind of the run-in to the line. I mean, where do you need to be in the last kilometer? Like, how does this compare? Is this a straight up sprint to the line? Take us through the last kilometer here.
I mean, it depends. If we come in with a group like this, definitely you're going to have a faster group coming in. A group that's going to basically be able to really do a real lead out. If you come in like we did last year, 4 or 3 riders, then it's a bit of a cat and mouse and see who's going to be going first, because you don't want to go too early, but you don't want to go too late. We can see that the finishing banner is blowing a little bit, so we have a slight tailwind. It's a slightly downhill it just starts kicking up right at the end. It's a good road. And last year it was a late surge, so we might see a late surge again, especially with those tired legs.
It'll be a long day by the time they make it into downtown Baltimore, again with those finishing circuits around. So they'll see that finish line a couple times before they do it the last time. You get a preview that run into the line a couple times. How does that change things for the sprinters?
I mean, the closer a sprinter gets to the finish, the more they get involved into the race. And depending on who really feels they have a sprint finish, that they're saving their legs, as you see the other riders wanting to attack them.
Let's take a look at that circuit, which the riders should be on here very shortly. All right, so here's your run-in. Once you enter, it is plenty of straight here, but again, there are enough turns, including 3 turns inside the last kilometer on the run-in to the finish. So if you're a sprinter, Freddie, how much are you thinking about positioning while you're on these circuits, or do you just wait until you see that Flamme Rouge to start worrying about where you are in the group?
Usually you start waiting till towards the end. I mean, it's a hard race, so I don't see anybody really having a true sprint. It's going to be a hard man's race, and it's going to be tough. You're going to be tired. You're going to be wanting to find that perfect spot and waiting as long as you can to get to the line, and then go. And we got the heat also. It's 95, 97 degrees out there. These guys are hot.
And then you see that little kick up to the finish that you were talking about. It's a downhill run out of the last corner, but this is maybe the last, 100 meters that goes up just a little bit?
Yeah, the last 100 meters, I mean, as you saw, you need to time it correctly. You need to be there at the right time. I mean, look at the peloton. They're coming in right now. The front group is basically just coming into the circuits. They're all together. They're funneling together. They're staying together. Here we go. First attack. Look at that. Here we go. Game's on.
Riders starting to jump out of the group as they can see the skyscrapers off in the distance. This will be Jayco sending one of their riders up the road. That was Harper leaving the group. Took one with him. And now the decision's being made with the rest of the guys. Do I go with this, or do I sit in and let someone else chase it?
No, you have to go with this. EF is at the front chasing right now. They need the closest. They can't let this go. It is now their job. They're stuck at the front, and they have to finish. They cannot pull off. If they pull off, they will sit up.
Now Jayco.
There you go. They got two guys. There's an EF rider right at the front. He needs to jump back on that wheel.
Sorry about the picture breakup. They are trying to go across. We'll see if we can get that back, but it is starting to hot up out there. Crucial time right now, Freddie. You never know when it's going to come, but you have to be on your toes at all times in that front group, because it only takes one guy to decide that they're going to hit out. And Jayco has just done that, and that's putting this field on notice.
Yep. 36 miles to go, and the game is on. That's early. That's early for such a long, hard race. But there we go. Another attack going off on his side. I mean, it's just relentless. I mean, guys, this is not easy out there. These guys are. Who do you follow? When do you follow? I mean, you basically have to time it with your teammates. You have, some of the teams have 3, some of them 2. So the ones that have a free ride are the ones that actually don't have the numbers. So they have to wait in the back and kind of pick and choose where they go. But they save energy, but they also take the risk that they might miss the loop.
Coming back together after Jayco and Trek tried to hit out.
I mean, here's not the time to be at the back of the group. If you're at the back of the group, you're going to miss the move. You have to have really strong legs to go across when something splits. So you want to be following moves. You want to be in a position where you're basically going back into a move and not spending the energy from having to attack across. So like right now, we got an attack towards the right. Sometimes the best, you see how they're kind of moving across the road?
Yep.
Sometimes the easiest way to get space is to go to the right or go to the left, not go up, and then go.
Well, they found some space over the right-hand side of the road here as another attack launches, trying to get away. Freddie, this is a good time to start thinking about our RX Benefits Most Inspirational Riders jersey. Awarded to the rider who has the most inspirational ride throughout the day. It doesn't necessarily have to end in a result, but anyone jump out to you so far?
I'm thinking that we're gonna see that in the next couple of kilometers.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's gonna be based on this.
Look at Jayco trying to recruit some help up there.
Because the most inspirational rider is gonna be the one that's gonna really be setting the pace right now.
Yeah.
You know, really taking that risk right now.
It takes some serious guts to get to the front of the group right now if you're in this decision and you can smell the finish line. Matthias Vacek at the front of what we're calling the field, or peloton, I guess, whatever's left. Second group on the road, but they may be the third group here if this front group breaks up.
I mean, they're still rolling. I mean, these guys don't want to give up. And they're not too far back, because as we saw last year, like when stuff starts playing around and you're doing the cat and mouse, 1 minute becomes nothing. And Cofidis needs to work. Wow, here we go. Cofidis needs to keep working hard. And here we got the attacks in the front.
More attacks coming out of the front group. Let's see who this is. I see a pink jersey up there. Oh, they're following a move. Let's see who led it. Maybe Trek wanting to get up there. Remember, they've got, well, they're now saying 4. Leapins has been added to the list here. Oh, this one's going to split. Look at all these little gaps forming.
You got to remember, each team has numbers, so they should be splitting. So again, we go into that little bit of a math, a little bit of like having numbers. Which team has 2? Which one has 1? You know, who's willing to let a team have 2? Jayco seems to be having the stronger legs right now. They seem to be spending most energy in the race. Do they keep being the aggressor? You know, EF seems to be, following. And it could switch. EF might find a perfect moment to get a gap, and now they have the advantage.
Looks like this one coming back together in the front split. This one's going to split in half, I think. This group has now a major gap in the front group.
This could be one of the main moves. I mean, cause you got all the numbers are represented. All the teams have a number. So
remember, this was 20 guys in that front group, and now it's split into, I'm going to say maybe 5 or 6 up the road, and then these are the rest of the guys from that front group that we're with right now.
Did we get the right guy in the group is the question. Even though we got somebody in a breakaway, did we get the one we want? And that's what we start seeing here. Is Palace up there?
There's the city awaiting the riders. Downtown Baltimore, Maryland.
Here we come.
But the question is, what does the race look like when they hit those circuits?
I'll tell you this, you're going to see a bunch of tired guys coming into these circuits, so it's going to be the strongest man. This is where we go into like the idea is like, you could be a fast finisher, but if you can't get through a long race with this many hills, this many attacks, into the finale with good legs, it's really hard to be fast. So that's why I say even a climber could win this race.
More chaos at the front. These guys going again, trying to hold on to what we're now looking at the back of the front group. So this was that group of 20-ish riders. And now they are working their way quickly into downtown. Look at the separation out there. Back to the front of the field.
This looks like the third group on the road. They're still rolling through. Cofidis is definitely keen to get this back in. And the other riders seem to be rolling through. So, I mean, they don't want to they want to race.
Boy, Kofiny's doing a lot of work today. They've been super aggressive.
All these little bumps. Look at it. This is a bump right now on the road. It's going uphill and it's going hard, so they're feeling it.
5 pictures at the finish line, awaiting the riders as the wind starts to pick up a little bit here as well. How could that change the sprinting, Freddie?
I think it's going to help the speed, because I feel like it's a bit of a tailwind for them in the finish.
All right, as they work their way back into downtown Baltimore, Rasan Bahati had a chance to grab a word with a very special guest here in town.
I'm here with the mayor of Baltimore on a very exciting day at the Maryland Cycling Classic. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, son. You can see the course looks good. It's a little hot day, but the race folks are still out here. We're excited for the 2nd annual Maryland Cycling Classic and looking forward to an exciting finish right here in downtown Baltimore.
So being that this was something in the works for a very long time, you got it off last year, you're now in year 2. Long term, can you talk about that at all?
Well, listen, every year we wanted to be bigger and better, right? When you can see the crowd was here last year, the folks are here despite it being 100 degrees, and we wanted to grow, not just in the folks coming downtown, but the folks going into the county, the folks participating in all the events throughout the weekend. We want people to make it a destination for cycle enthusiasts across the country, because we know this is the premier cycling event in the United States.
Absolutely, and I think you guys are doing an amazing job bringing people here to Baltimore. It's my 2nd time here. My 1st time last year, I absolutely loved it. What are you looking forward to at the end of this race?
Well, at the end of the race, I'm looking forward to the finish. We want to see who pulls it out, who actually gets through and comes through and wins the 2nd annual Maryland Cycling Classic. That's what it's going to be, all the excitement. We've seen so much out here. We had the dirt bikes out here. We had, of course, people are eating good seafood, but it's really about the finish of the race, to see who has that endurance with that little bit of kick at the end to bring it home.
Absolutely. A little bit of kick at the end, Mr. Mayor. We appreciate your time, and please continue to support the Maryland Cycling Classic.
Absolutely.
.2 miles to go for these guys, still trying to split it up in the front group. It is getting downright chaotic out there now, as it has gone down to a front group of what looks like 6 guys now away.
Yeah, and it's the guys that we all thought were going to be there. I mean, they came to play, and they are in it.
37, now, Lucas Hamilton, the Jayco rider on the back there. Remember, Hamilton with one teammate and Harper at the front. Hugo Hoyla, the Canadian for Israel Premier Tech. Tom Scoins, remember, was in this exact scenario last year. 5 guys onto the circuit together.
So he has experience. He knows what he did last year. He knows what worked. He knows what he needs to do this year. He has to play it smart. He has to be on point. But the group's still big behind. But basically, if you look at the composure of the group and who's in there and how they're acting, they're okay with this. All the main teams are represented in the front.
Yep. Yeah, who's going to be left to chase? Because Trek, EF, Jayco, and Israel Premier Tech are all represented up there. So it's up to Covidus, Astana, Human Powered Health, Cortec. Those are the teams that have missed this move, but all the World Tour teams are there.
They're there, and they're now in that moment of like, okay, let's get comfortable. Let's figure out who's willing to work in this group, who's not willing to work in this group, who do I have to follow, who I need to be with. And now, a lot of these guys are none of these guys are sprinters. So everybody's saying, I have to make it to the line by myself. Who wants to come into a field sprint?
Yeah, this is the beauty of watching a breakaway go to the line together. A bunch of non-sprinters sprinting it out of this front group. But remember, they've still got 31 miles of racing to go, so this one could very well come back together before the end of this. That second group is going to make it onto the circuit, so they won't get caught out on the circuit, which means they're still going to be able to chase these guys for the next 30 miles. So it ain't over yet for our front group of 6.
Not at all. Did they go too early, too? Is this too early to be down to 6? that you basically wear yourself down to the point where you get caught from behind. That you have to settle into rhythm right now, and basically what you can do is by forcing the pace, making everybody work together, you basically make the race balance instead of being up and down. And it depends. Some riders might want it to be a little more chaotic, might want to be more attacking. While for me as a sprinter, I want it to be cohesive. I want everybody to work together to keep the pace high and make it harder to attack. While a rider that might not see himself being able to come into the sprint, they want to attack. They want to sit on and attack, sit on and attack.
And this will be their first run into that finishing circuit where they'll get a preview of what this finishing sprint will look like. Time to figure out how you're going to win out of this group. Freddie, what types of things are you looking at? I know these guys aren't sprinters. You were one of the best in your day. What are you looking for on the run into the finish? Are you looking for a place to go? Are you looking at elevation? Like, what does a sprinter's eyes look for in this scenario?
I mean, as a sprinter, we'd be a little bit cautious for the idea that none of these guys want us to be coming in. So everybody's looking at who's the fastest guy in here. I can't come in and sprint with that guy. So he's trying to keep it together. So we have to look at who? Tom. I think Tom's probably our fastest guy in this group. He wants to keep this group together. So he has to be the initiator to cover breaks. While Yates, he wants to attack.
Scoinge has Skelmos in this breakaway. The reigning Danish national champion in the red jersey there off to the left-hand side. Doesn't wear the same jersey as Scoinge because he is the current national champion from Denmark. So he wears the colors of his nation on his back. But got to remember that Scoinge has some help in Skelmose here in the red and white jersey of the Danish national champion.
There's an attack.
Yeah, these guys still believe that they can make it up to that front group. And remember, this is 7th place on down on the road, so this is still a top 10 ride at a UCI race.
It's a top 10 ride, but at a minute you can come across. Yeah. If they're jockeying around for position in the last lap. So this group, the guys that don't have a teammate up there, they need to work together. Maybe attack. But if they don't, if the attack doesn't work, right away get into a position of working together with the guys that still want to race. And there's still guys in this group that still want to race. So you can't give up yet. As you see it.
Yeah, the 12 riders in this group across the line. Pierre-Andre Cote, Eder Frere, Marco Frigo, Tony Galopin, Lucas Hamilton, Mikel Honore, Victor Lafay, Lucas Posterberger, Hugo Scala Jr., and Riley Sheehan all in that group.
Back to the leaders. They have to, right now, they have to, be cohesive, work together. It's still a long ways to go, guys. We got 28 miles to go.
Yeah, right now their biggest problem is on their back door. It's that 55-second number between the leaders and the chase behind them. That's their biggest worry. It's not the other 5 guys in the breakaway right now. Their biggest problem is this group of 12 working really well and riding really fast behind them. This gap is going to come down. It will not be 55 seconds by the time this one wraps up in 28 miles from now.
And I'll give you a little tactical trick sometimes. Sometimes you want that. Sometimes you want that breakaway to be close. Why? Because it forces the group to go harder, which keeps it together. When the group is too far away, when a chase group falls off, then you all of a sudden say, okay, this is it. Now we can start catting and mousing and figuring out who's going to attack first, who's going to lead out, and that could slow the race down. And I used to always like it when a race was hard.
Yeah.
Because that basically meant that the race was going to, there's less of a chance of a luck move happening,
Sometimes it does take just a little bit of luck.
It does, and it happens.
And I have to think too, if you're in this group, looking at some of the big names in here, thinking about how you're going to finish this one out, might as well take a gamble, make a big move here late in the race.
And a lot of riders do that, but it's still part of a game plan of what you can do. I always said the reason I love one-day races, it's the balance of you got the tactical, you got the technical, and you got the physical. You put all those 3 together, and it's really what makes one-day racing really fun to watch. As the races get bigger, like a 21-day race, physical becomes very dominant. And I love one-day racing because it allows that. This is a tactical game right now. These guys are trying to figure out who has more than I do, who doesn't, how can I get a hand on them, do I show my cards early, do I not?
Down to just about 28.5 miles of racing to go here.
I mean, there's Oscar Sophia still in the race, still working hard, 46 years old. Pretty amazing.
Sevilla, remember, was part of that first split. Started the move, and now he finds himself in the second group on the road. Back up to our leader, still flicking elbows out there, which means they're still working together in this front group.
Yeah, you have to. Wow. Look at our gruppetto. It's a peloton, but it's in the back, and they're bigger numbers.
More importantly, they made it onto the circuit this year. Remember last year?
Yeah.
They got cut off on the circuit, so there was no chance of that group even getting up into the second group. But all three groups on the road have made it onto the circuit here. This is your front group. Well, this is pretty clear to me that Scoyne's going to be the guy for the Little Trek team. Not seeing him do a lot of work up there.
I mean, since he has a national champion jersey, you know that he's good at one-day races. You know he's a finisher in these, a little more chaotic races that take a little bit more of a, finding that perfect gap in the race where you can attack and come in solo. You can, be there in the finale of this, So he's definitely always been a contender. He's always there in these moves. Now, can he finish? Can he do the right move that gives him the win? I feel he's the fastest guy in this group. I feel he could be the guy that needs to help keep the glue together.
So much of this will be about tactics into the finish. You can have the best legs, you can be the fastest guy out there, but if you don't know when to launch that sprint and how to use those legs, you're not going to win the race today in Baltimore.
You're not. I mean, you need to find that solution, find that that space that's going to give you the opportunity to win the race. I mean, these guys, this is the second group we're looking at right now. They're still in the race. I mean, I would use that as an advantage. I would try to rally the other guys. Let's go. Let's keep the speed up.
See these four guys out of the second group on the road. So again, this is 7th place on down.
This is where I wonder, how do you get the guys that are left over in this group to still believe they can get across that gap? Whoever's left has to give it 100%. You still have a chance. You're 50 seconds behind. Go for it. I think you just tell the quality here. I mean, look at the difference in the just the body language of the lead group. You can tell that these guys are fit. These guys are winners. They know how to do it.
Hamilton stretching things out at the back. Some stand up there, and now getting on the radio. Back to the team car.
I always wonder, what are you going to do here? We got numbers. We got 2. Jayco has 2. Are you gonna when you start the attacks, when you feel ready? I feel it's too early. 26 miles to go. That's a long ways to go. The other thing, you're in the city now, so all these turns take energy. They cost a lot of energy to keep going left and right, and look at the front of the group. They're rolling through. They're efficient. You can just see it in their body language. They keep going back to look at the leg speed. Look at how they're rotating.
The 2023 Maryland Cycling Classic is presented by United Healthcare. UHC sponsors the Race Champion jersey and is sponsor of the Maryland Cycling Classic's Community Enrichment Day and the Mayor's Community Bike Jam. Leading the way to well, health plans designed to support wellness goals from start to finish. United Healthcare, there for what matters. By the state of Maryland, proud to sponsor the 2023 Maryland Cycling Classic King of the Mountains jersey. Find more to explore in Maryland. Come see all that Maryland has to offer. By Johns Hopkins Medicine. Johns Hopkins Medicine moving forward, not just for us, but for all of us. Together, we're moving healthcare forward. Johns Hopkins Medicine is the official medical services provider of the 2023 Maryland Cycling Classic. Kelly Benefits, sponsor of the 2023 Maryland Cycling Classic Best Young Riders jersey. Kelly Benefits offers benefits administration and technology, broker and consulting services, and payroll solutions for businesses of all sizes. And by Human Powered Health and the Four Cornerstone Foundation. Proud to sponsor the Maryland Cycling Classic. Human Powered Health, where athletes power their performance potential with the Four Cornerstone Foundation. Back up to our front group, 6 riders who have gone clear, nursing a 1-minute gap back to the chasers as they get down to 25 miles of racing to go. Tom Scoinch feeling a little bit of deja vu out there because remember the 2022 edition of this race ended almost exactly with this scenario with a group of what was 6 riders going to the line together. We saw Seth Van Mark outsprint the group to the line.
Well, you know, Tom's a man. He knows how to finish. He knows how to be here. He was here last year. He's a finisher. He can do this. He just needs to be cool, play the part. There's still a long way to go. 25 miles to go. Do you want to attack early or do you want to wait for a sprint? His job is to keep this group together.
And so much of that is going to depend on the strengths of the riders in this group and the weaknesses of their opponents. If you're a good sprinter, you want the race to stay together. If you're not, if you've got a guy like Freddie Rodriguez in your front group, you need to get rid of him. You got to split that group. And so looking at this list of 6 riders in that front group, I think Palace is maybe the guy that has to take a gamble here. No teammates. He's up against the 2 squads with 2 each. Jayco has 2. Trek has 2. Maybe Palace and Hoyle can try and start something here at 25 miles to go.
So for me, that needs to be, Palace needs to make the right move with the right riders. There's a chance this group will split again. So he needs to get into that 1v1 where he's against, now numbers are equal. So there's a chance this will split, but let the other guys start that split. Because if you try to make that split and it doesn't work, it's a disadvantage. So you got to be careful how you do that. So you got to pick that moment where you actually follow one of their guys. And there is going to be a chance, and maybe you're hoping they actually want to split it, because they are also not sprinters. So there's guys in that group that don't want this to come together as a sprint. So Palace needs to take that advantage and go with them, and then go one against one.
In our second group on the road that has let a split go. 3 guys getting away from the group of 12. Again, that'll be 7th, 8th, and 9th place on the road. They're just out of the picture at the top of this helicopter shot. There they are. And so these guys have left the chase behind, and they're going to try and go across what at last check was a 1-minute gap. It's about a half mile between the 2. Freddie, can this be done at 24 miles to go?
1 minute still right there. I mean, because there's a chance there's going to be a bit of cat and mouse. Once those attacks happen, the gap can grow or it can come down, depending on what really happens in the which riders go up off the front.
The bad news for these 3 guys trying to go across is that the breakaway is still cooperating. Remember, we saw them flicking elbows earlier. They're still taking rotations. Those guys aren't playing games in the front group of 6 yet. They're still working together, and so it's not great news for the 3 riders trying to go across the gap. But if there was ever a time to go, this is it, because it's not getting any better.
You got to get across. The front needs to stay cohesive and keep working together.
So I see a Human Powered Health jersey. I think that's another Trek.
Another Trek rider.
Trek jersey. Then maybe a Project Echelon jersey at the back.
So you wonder here now, does Trek sit up a little bit and wait for this next rider to come across, and now they have more numbers?
They gotta like who he's bringing with him, because he's nobody else has teammates in the front group. He's going to drag 2 up with him, but they'll both be solo riders from Human Powered Health and Project Echelon. This is the group they're trying to join.
I would say if I was Trek, I'd be telling boys, hey boys, you got one more coming across. Maybe soft pedal that, see if it's going to come together. It's going to be in your benefit.
All right, these are your chasers right here, trying to make it up, confirming Tyler Stites, the Project Echelon rider, trying to get there. 13 flipped over as Emilis Lipins, the Latvian for the Little Trek team. And then, how about this? Scott McGill, hometown hero, making his way up into the front group.
There we go. He's on fire. The fact that he's still here. Oh yeah, this is where emotions take part. You know, this is where you get that feeling. It's like I'm racing at home. I have a chance I could win this race. He's thinking as the winner right now. He knows that if he can get across, there's a chance he could win this race.
Gap is 44 seconds for these guys to make up to the leaders.
44 seconds, and they don't know who he is. You know, so yeah, this is a great thing for him. Trek's helping him out because they're going to get numbers. And the leaders are still working together. I mean, they're still rotating. This is a little bit of an attack. No, they're just rolling through. So this is good. This is good for...
Jayco linking their guys up. Harper and Hamilton in the front group. Now, Jayco would want to prevent these chasers from coming up, because at this point they've got to know that there's another Trek guy on the way up. So Jayco would be the team that would say, we want to keep this going. We don't want that other Trek rider to make his way up. So they're trying to keep Emilis Lipins out of this move, because that would add a third vital Trek rider.
Yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, Jayco has a responsibility to keep this going, but they also don't want to show too many of their cards and say, oh, I'm going to put in a little extra effort to keep this guy off the back. So they hopefully inspire what they can do is keep the group together, keep them rolling well together to make it harder for those 2-3 riders to come across.
Trek doesn't look like they're letting up. Tom Scoinch taking a little rotation on the front as he turns it over to Chris Harper next through.
Yeah, they're all rolling through well together, so it doesn't seem like they're really waiting.
The chasers.
We got an extra rider here, do we?
Yeah, look at this. More riders coming up behind them.
Wow, okay.
So that group is going to get bigger. On the back door of this front group of 6, gap at 44 last time. I have a feeling that might be even a little less to our 6 leaders.
Yeah, they're happy with this. They're happy with this pace. They seem to be comfortable at 44 seconds. They are the strongest guys in the race. You got to remember that. Maybe if some other guys come across, it changes the rhythm of the race. But I would be thinking of more of what am I going to do to win this race? And not always because you got more riders coming across means you're not in a better position to win. So for some riders, more riders might be better.
Chasers coming through. Look at this. Lawson Craddock has joined this group. Eder Frere is in there for Legion of Los Angeles as they make their way to the line. And this will give us a more accurate gap on how far back Tyler Stites and company are.
And by the looks, everybody in this group is committed to wanting to cross. There is a Jayco rider, but again, there we go. We got numbers. They're happy. Trek, they're happy. 41 seconds. Wow. It's coming down.
Not by much, though. They shaved 3 seconds off the last check, but that's still a pretty significant gap.
Yeah.
For that front group, seeing 3 laps to go as they come through here. 21.6 miles of racing left. Can the chasers catch up to that front group of 6?
Either rolling. You see one they're all single file rolling together. You know, this I talked about it, the cornering, all the corners in here. You've got tired legs. You've got guys that have been out there all day long. It's 97 degrees. You know, are you getting enough fluids? You know. Yeah, these guys are still cooperating. They're working together. No one's looking to attack. It's going to be interesting once they come back together. 39 seconds. I have a feeling this is coming back together. This is good for the race. This is going to really make it dynamic.
Yeah, and once these guys get that taste of blood here, once they realize that they're bringing time back, that gives you a little vote of confidence like, oh man, we can do this. When you get a time check that goes 44 to 41 to 39, you start thinking, all right, it's trending the right way here.
I personally would actually want more numbers. As a sprinter, I want more numbers because that keeps the race going.
So you want to see a bigger group if you're a sprinter.
Yes, because that keeps it cohesive.
So that would be like a Tyler Stites, a Simon Yates in this group. Those would be the guys looking at more of a traditional bunch gallop to the line. But again, if you're not a good sprinter, then you want to see this one as separated as possible. Don't give Tyler Stites the chance to find the lead out. Don't let Simon Yates sit on your wheel.
But at the same time, these guys have already committed. They're the leaders of their teams. They're having a good day. They don't want those guys to come back. They say, I want to be the one that takes the glory.
Well, and if they get another time check that is smaller than 39, they're going to have to either leave some of these guys behind because there's some passengers in here, or they're all going to have to agree to lift this tempo by probably a couple miles an hour.
It's tough because you're in that situation. It's like, how much do I commit? Because I want to win this race. I got to save some energy for that move. I got to save some energy for that win, for that sprint. You know, while the back, they don't have that in their mindset. Their mindset is like, I have to give everything I have to make it back into the race. So the mindset's completely different right now. 20 seconds. Yeah, this is coming back together.
It's 20 seconds between Chase 1 and Chase 2 now. So Riley Sheehan and company are on their way up to join the Yates and Stites group.
Well, that group is pushing the second group, which is pushing the first group. Getting some water. Rolling through really comfortably. Look at that. They're nice and tight.
Yeah. See some looking around, sensing that these guys may be testing out the water. So it's going to come soon. Just waiting on the move to come out of this group as the Maryland Cycling Classic goes down to 20 miles of racing to go, becoming one of the great spectacles here in the state of Maryland, one of the classic things to do as we wrap up towards the end of summer, alongside some other great activities here in Maryland, including the State Fair.
Welcome to the 142nd Maryland State Fair held here in Timonium, Maryland. We're on the big wheel overlooking our 100-acre campus, which features for our fair horse racing, pony racing, livestock exhibits, 30 games, 40 rides, and all the fair food you could possibly want. This is the Cow Palace. This is where most of our livestock shows occur. This is also where we strive to teach our fairgoers about our industry. We also, in the Cow Palace, have a birthing center where fairgoers can come to see cows and pigs giving birth. We also have an educational center where they can come see the big equipment that farmers use and get hands-on personal activities with animals. Right now, we're watching a competition among the youth from representing Maryland and surrounding states. These are the leaders that we count on to continue agriculture in Maryland.
Welcome to the Maryland Food Pavilion. We're here to showcase some of the things that we do from foods in Maryland right here at the Maryland State Fair. We have all kinds of things from a lamb gyro, turkey legs. We have the pork sundae, fried green tomatoes, fresh fruit. We have our famous Maryland peach sundae, which I'm going to get a shot at what it really looks like when we do it. So that peach sundae right there, which is a great seller. French fries, corn on the cob, deep fried corn, peach dumplings. We have coffee, and it's all starch local with Hampstead potatoes, local tomatoes. All this is as local as we can make it. So we're glad you're here.
Come on out to the Maryland State Fair. We can't wait to entertain you with our fun, our food, our entertainment. We're open the next 2 weekends from 9 to 11 at night.
One of my favorite parts about the State Fair, the fair food. You got a favorite fair food? I'm a deep fried corn guy myself.
I was about to say corn.
Yeah.
Would be nice.
Hard to pass up a good ear of corn. These guys at 19.4 miles to go. It is down to 36 seconds between the front group and the chasers. So they picked up another 3 seconds over about 2 miles since we last checked in with them.
Yep, we got 19.4 miles. And the gap is coming down slowly. I feel like I'm watching 2 time trials here. 2 team time trials.
All these 2 groups both locked in together at this point. They all need each other in the groups if they're going to be successful. The leaders up the road all need to keep in rotation, 6 guys working together, and then this chase group looks to be locking in their quest to catch our front group.
I feel like we're just shuffling around cards right now. Just kind of figuring out, and eventually somebody's going to throw them on a table.
So, Freddie, I'll start to game this out a little bit in the scenario that the chasers do catch this lead group. Let's say they're able to bring it down. They catch them with, I don't know, 3-4 miles of racing to go. If the catch is made, it's not going to be far from the finish. I mean, with 18 miles to go, 44 seconds right now. Yeah, the math is going to be close on the line here.
There we go. This is it.
Yeah, Trek realizing that this one's coming down, so now Trek going to hit out here with Tom Scoinge going on the attack. The Latvian.
He hit it right on the hill. You see right at the bottom of that hill where you get the best opportunity to create a gap. But it's early. We're talking 18 miles, but he has a gap. Look at that gap.
Tom Scoinge basically saying, I'm stronger than these guys for the next 18 miles. He believes that he can solo this one to the line.
Solo. Wow. I was not expecting that from him.
No, remember, this same scenario last year, Scoinge may be learning from that experience and saying, you know what, maybe I'm not a sprinter.
But you know what? He also has numbers. Yeah. It's not a bad move. This is actually a good move. He has a teammate in this breakaway. He has another teammate in the next breakaway.
That's his teammate right there. Skelmos, the national champion, wearing number 15 out of Denmark.
This is a great move. This is an amazing move. Not expected. Definitely threw the cards out and pulled out an ace.
Well, it must be surprising to catch Freddie Rodriguez off guard. And you can be sure that these other guys are trying to figure out what to do right now as well. Jayco has to figure it out.
They have no choice. They have to team up right now and just go, basically hope that he can't hold his pace. So right now, the other 3 riders need to get together and say, let's get together and let's slowly bring him back.
Jayco lost one out of this group as well. They are down to just 1 guy. That's Hamilton in the move, so Harper is gone.
Harper is gone.
Not sure where he went. We'll try and find him in the group, but that means that Jayco down to just 1 with Lucas Hamilton.
So basically Trek having the advantage here right now, and they have somebody attacking.
So that's why you see the Trek rider on the very back of this group. Absolutely no reason for Matthias Skelmoza to do any more work than he needs to, because he is riding in support of his teammate, this man, Tom Scoinge, up the road.
I mean, isn't that the beauty about bike racing? The fact that this move happened so early, none of us expected it.
And I'm guessing neither did the other, what is now 3 guys left in this front group. So Tom Scoinge trying to do the impossible, go solo here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. And this is an all-in move for him.
For Tom, this is a move that he can do. He knows he's capable of these kind of moves. He's a fighter. He's an attacker, and he's a winner. The question is, what do the other three guys do? Can Palace get these guys together and really work together to try to bring it back? How strong are they? Are they tired? No matter if they're tired, they got to get everything they have. Put it on the line. This is it. This is the move. You cannot let this go. I mean, the feeling he probably has right now is he's at 10 seconds now. I mean, it's not big, but, these other guys are having to put everything into it. They are 3 guys against 1.
Scoinge, a guy who's not afraid to take risks, not afraid to gamble for stage wins. He's had plenty of good results on American soil. 3 stage wins at the Amgen Tour of California, including his legendary win in 2018 on Laguna Seca. Tacked out of the group, came away solo. You remember that video of him punching the air in celebration? Scoinge may be in for another one of those videos today if he can hold on to this one. 7 seconds over his former breakaway companions right now. But look at the gap behind them. They're reporting only 20 seconds back to the other 8.
So that changes the game. Let's see what happens if they do come across.
There's a good look at it. Scoinge up the road. This is Hoyle, Skelmoza, Palace, and Hamilton at the bottom of the screen.
You wonder what Skelmos could do if he does get caught. Does he have the legs to go? Or is he tired already? But he's getting a rest right now. He's not having to work. He's getting a free ride.
Well, he better have the legs to go because he's going to be the only guy left for this Lytle Trek team if this move of Tom Scoinge doesn't work out.
You see at number 11, so one of the things about racing is the one is the leader. And he's the leader of this team. And he's taking the race. He's controlling it. He's managing it. He said it's time to go. There's the gap. Look at that. It doesn't look like a lot right here from the front of you, but it is a good gap. And they're working hard behind. There's Palace. He's hammering. As long as you can still see him, you're still in the game.
Those 4 guys just became best friends, uniting against Tom Scoinge. Look at Scoinge out of the saddle here. This is exactly what you need to do as a solo rider. Make big moves and then stick with it.
Stick with him, and then you have that feeling. You're not suffering right now. Your mindset is like, I got to win this race, and I got 15 miles, and I just got to put the hammer down.
Look at the difference in the way that these guys ride. Scoinge jumping out of the saddle, moving around a lot, looking like he's riding fast. The guys back in the group, though, aren't riding with that same aggression.
No, he's the leader, but he's not a leader that's being caught. He's a leader that's attacking right now. He is in the position of wanting to win this race, and he just has to keep it going.
He's going to be looking at 2 laps to go when he gets to the line. Or that'll take him down to 2 laps to go, I should say. Scoinge not building a huge gap right now. I mean, if you're trying to get into a solo breakaway, and look, these guys are cooperating. You see that hand wave right there from Lucas Hamilton just telling the guys, look, stay on it. We can bring this guy back. He's still within sight. Don't worry yet, guys.
Yep. He just has to stay committed. Stay committed. Wait for those guys to crack. Who's going to crack first? It's harder. He's one man, but he's one man in the lead with the leader's number for his team. He's pounding on those pedals.
And again, you can just see the difference in form and the way that a solo Tom Scoinge is riding against a group of 4 trying to chase him.
And you hear the helicopter? When you hear the helicopter as a racer and you know you're in the lead and the helicopter's on you, you have that extra energy.
So they saw 2 on the line. There's Scoinge across. And here's the rest of the group through the line as well. That's got to be less than 10 seconds. Not a whole lot of panic in this group of 4. They're reporting 7 on the line for Tom Scoinge as they head out with 2 laps of racing to go. So it has been a chaotic run into the finishing circuits here in downtown Baltimore. But right now we see a solo move off the front for Lytle Trek's Tom Scoinge, trying to hold on for 14 miles off the front with 4 riders chasing him and a second group behind him. We're going to take one last break here from the Maryland Cycling Classic, and when we come back, the exciting finish in downtown Baltimore.
The best healthcare is there in ways big and small. There when we most and least expect it. We may not see it, but we feel it. It lets us know we're not in this alone. Everyone deserves a healthcare partner who never quits. One who's there for what matters. United Healthcare. There for what matters.
For tempting you to crack into new foods. For helping you build epic memories. You're welcome. Come experience more in Maryland. Go to visitmaryland.org.
The voice calls to each of us to do things no one thought possible. So we move forward. Not just for us, but for all of us. Johns Hopkins Medicine. Forward for all of us.
You know what they say, most who come stay, Come and meet your people, come and find your way, This is Baltimore. You don't know real until you've been to Baltimore. Yeah, so all so pure and real for sure. This is Baltimore.
Just over 13 miles to go at the Maryland Cycling Classic, where these four, Hugo Hoyle and company, are trying to chase down Tom Scoinge up the road. Your solo rider away, nursing a 12-second gap back to these four, with his teammate sitting back and waiting to see what happens. Matthias Skjelmose at the back, the Danish national champion in the red jersey, waiting in the wings for his teammate Tom Scoinge up the road.
Not only waiting in the wings, but with two extra teammates in the third group. So Trek definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, you look a little further down to Emiels Liepins and Tony Galopin in chase number 2. At now 30 seconds down on chase number 1. So those guys could very well come together with the chasers here. That would create a super group trying to bring back Tom Scoinge. But again, even if Scoinge comes back, that Lytle Trek team still has 3 cards to play, and Skjelmose, Liepins, and Galopin.
And you look at his style right now. That's his style. That's how he rides. That's when he's giving it 100%. He is not tired. He is committed, and he's strong.
A nice shot from the helicopter. Gives a better idea of what that gap is. Maybe a little too big for even the helicopter to show.
Wow. If he can get out of sight, that is great for him. Out of sight, out of mind.
Let's see when the chasers hit this right hand there. There you go. That's the gap right there. About 15 seconds, maybe a little more for Scoinge. Did add a couple more since our last check, but 15 seconds still not a lot. They're adjusting that down to 11 now for Scoinge up the road.
Yeah, but 15 seconds with one rider making the difference. He has 3 guys chasing him, which tells me they don't have the power to bring him back. Unless they're bluffing right now, which I don't think they are. I think all 3 of those guys are doing the best they can. Or one of them saving a little bit to see if they can go across.
Seems like Hamilton has been doing the most work in that group. One thing is for sure, if this doesn't work out for Tom Scoinge, he's certainly a strong contender for the RX Benefits Most Inspirational Riders jersey today.
Yes. There we go. There's our possible man. I would say that takes some inspiration.
It takes a lot of inspiration to make a move like this. Remember, this guy left with just under 30 miles of racing to go, and he hit out solo about 25 miles left when he left this front group. So he believed that he could do it, and now he's trying to hold on with just under 12 left. He'll see 1 to go when he hits that line the final time. One more time around the circuit here in downtown Baltimore.
Look at his pedal stroke. Look at his power. Look at his face. He is committed. He wants this.
Scoinge finishes this race in one of two places, either the top step of the podium or well off the back of this group, because if he is caught, he's not going to have anything left in this tank. He's using everything he has all in on this solo move. Freddie, this is maybe 1 in 100 shot of this working on paper, and Tom Scoinge knows it. He's a gambler. He's willing to make these moves. He knows that the odds are stacked against him, but he knows that's still his best chance of trying to win out of this group, so the gambler has been set free off the front.
Definitely. He knows how to play those cards, and he played his cards, but that's him. He's that kind of guy that would put it all on the line. He goes 100%. He goes deep. He goes so deep.
But man, when it works out, what a feeling.
What a feeling. Beautiful.
Gap back up to 15 for Scoinge. Now this really, that gap not going to matter much until we get onto the final circuit, onto that last lap. That's where the chasers really need to be worried.
Yeah. Once you get one lap to go, I mean, I'd see maybe Powless making an attack. He has to.
Yeah.
If he can't see these two other riders helping him out, he has to jump in. And yeah, maybe he'll drag a teammate along. Maybe not. Maybe he needs to pick that perfect moment where he can make a gap.
You'll notice in the chase group behind, Matthias Skjelmose not doing any work in that chase of 4. He has been sitting on the back of the group pretty much the entire time since Scoinge left. So Skjelmose just staying fresh here. He'll be at the very back of this group in the red jersey. And that's absolutely the right play. He has no obligation to help these guys. In fact, it's just downright dumb to help these guys. You see Nielsen Palace slots in front of him, so they've now accepted the fact that Skjelmose is not going to be doing any work. He's not going to be helping these guys out anytime soon. This is the best case scenario for Lytle Trek, because they've got one guy away with a real chance to win, but if it doesn't work out, they're going to have the freshest guy out of the 4 behind him. Meanwhile, do you want to point out the gap has gone up between Chase 1 and Chase 2. Look at that, up to a minute 30 now, back to Pierre-Andre Cote's group.
They call it a day. That's a big change. They definitely heats up a lot. I mean, he does have one more move that Skjelmose can do. He can attack. If he attacks, it seems like an awkward move, right? We have the lead, but if he attacks, he throws off the rhythm. If he gets a gap, yeah, he might close a couple seconds for a little bit because he throws off the other guys, but he forces the other guys that have to go solo and come across to him. And then once they catch him, then it's a bit of a cat and mouse back and forth, and that throws off the rhythm. Because he kind of, in a way, what he wants to do, what we really want to have is that these 3 riders chasing Tom, get out of order. They can't work together really well. But right now they're still working together. So a small attack could do that. It's a risk.
And now an attack coming out of this group of 4. Is this Hugo Hoyle maybe attacking?
Yeah, but so that tells me right there that maybe these guys are not working well together.
Yeah.
You know, the fact they're starting an attack. Oh,
and now someone's going to attack off the top of that one.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, there you go. Called it. Skjelmose will go on the attack here. So now Trek going to try and stack this one 1 and 2 with Scoinge up the road. And now we see Matthias Skjelmose leave the group.
Wow.
Well, that's one way to do it.
That's one team time trial.
And now look at this. Hoyle panicking. Palace trying to figure out what to do. Hamilton realizing that this one's going pear-shaped for them.
Pretty amazing. Well, you know, I actually didn't think it was going to work like that.
This is awesome riding from Trek.
Is he waiting? Is he actually waiting? He could be waiting. He doesn't know yet.
The only thing I can think is that maybe Scoinge got on the radio and was like, guys, I don't have it. I don't have 10 more miles left in my legs.
Yeah.
And they said, all right, you know what, Matthias, go right now instead of waiting for Toms to be caught here. But Scoinge is certainly not riding like he's counting on being caught today. This guy is still all in, waiting on his teammate Matthias Skjelmose on the way up now.
Well, you know, maybe this backfired because look, they're catching up. It might come back together. Maybe this was the mistake.
Wow.
It's a little close. I mean, right now, I'm a little cautious of this move. if they could get together. But look at this. It's coming back together. It was a mistake. That move cost us. Wow.
Okay. Drag these guys up. Although they didn't sit in the draft, so he is forcing Nielsen Powless to do all this work by himself. But that is going to drag him up to Tom Scoinge, and I think we can hit the reset button here. Nielsen Powless has about 5 more bike lengths to close down.
Close that. This is it. He needs to close that right now, and he is going to close it. Wow, what happened here?
Yeah, and now Skelmoza going to hit out again. He'll keep going.
He has to go. And there goes Powless going
Powless
after him.
Going to follow.
He has to.
Oh, look at the way Powless used Tom Scoinge to gap the other guys off. He's going to go. Howell will be the only guy that goes with it.
I'd like to see him. I'm going to bother him right now.
And that's it for Powless.
Powless he dug it deep for that, closing that gap. And now he's paying the price for it.
Oh man, Scoinge trying to hold on to the wheel of Lucas Hamilton, who doesn't have much left. Scoinge says goodbye to him.
Wow. Tom keeps fighting.
Hamilton's out. Here's Powless struggling. He went too deep on that attack.
That was a deep attack. He's just hoping that these guys regroup and slow down for a second.
Now Hamilton holding on for dear life. It's going to take us down to 3 in the front group if Hamilton can't make this one. How about Hugo Halle today? Finding the move, staying on, making it across, and then responding to this last little kick from Lytle Trek.
So you think they actually planned that he was not feeling that great?
It seems remarkably convenient.
Or it was just that he didn't think he was going to close that big of a gap that
maybe
quick.
He was just surprised how quickly he got up there. Well, there is downtown awaiting the riders as they get ready to head out on their final circuit. The downtown Baltimore loop here, the harbor, just a few meters away from where they'll hit the finish line. As Skelmoza tries to stay away here solo. He does not want to sprint this one out. The Canadian Hugo Halle covering the move here.
They need to make this hard now. They have to keep attacking one after another. They got to find a point. Wait. He has to get ready.
Scoinge waiting right now. Looks like he might be winding another one up here. Meanwhile, Powless in the gap.
I would back off the corner a little bit right now and then sling off.
See how he lets a little gap open right there.
See if he does it. Come on, buddy.
He's thinking about it. There he goes.
It was not the best angle that he takes.
A little late on the jump, but he did catch him off guard. He got him clear. That's all that matters.
Yes.
It's only crazy if it doesn't work.
Exactly.
And now Scoinge.
All right. And next.
Going to split it. Halle has to respond again. This guy.
This is just nuts. And, they're just going at each other.
And now Skelmoza will go over the top of it. Great tactics here from Lytle Trek. How many more times can Hugo Halle follow these moves? Meanwhile,
not many.
Lucas Hamilton has been sitting at the back saying, "You're doing great, Hugo. Keep it up."
These 2 other riders need to get together and say, "Let's team up. Let's work together." Because if we're both not going to make it. Trek will keep attacking us.
Yeah. And now Halle going to get to the front as they head out for 1 lap to go. They'll get the bell as they make their way under the line. Scoinge in trouble, trying to hold on to the wheel here. Can he make it for another 7.5 miles?
Can he attack again right now?
Skelmoza pulling off the front. He needs some rest.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
And he looks over and says, "You know what? I'll just go for it."
Did you see that? The other guys were looking the other way. And we were talking about what's another way to create space? Go left. Go to the right.
Skelmoza goes all the way to the other side of the road, and now he's opened up a few seconds, heading into 1 lap to go.
Oh boy, I think this could be it.
Group 3 has to figure it out. They've got to cooperate behind him. Hamilton, Halle.
I think he's the freshest guy in the group. This is it.
Remember, this guy has been sitting on that group the entire time that Tom Scoinge was away. Matthias Skelmoza didn't take a single pull out of that group. So Skelmoza is going to have the best legs out of this group. And there's Nielsen Powless tacking back onto the back of the group.
It kind of makes sense, right? You send one guy out, tire out the other guys, you sit on, wait, and then come across. I think they wanted. I think they really thought that they could do that, where they can come across and the two of them work together.
Yep.
But they had just enough energy to catch them both. But now he's in the mood. Little Trek is playing this thing down really well. So far, so good. It's pretty amazing. I love the tactics. I mean, for this kind of racing where it's so chaotic and so many things could happen, it's so hard to figure out what's the right move.
Yep. So now the game becomes for those guys at the front group to figure out the strategy of how they're going to get rid of them. Still reporting Skelmos off the front. We'll get the cameras out to the riders here shortly. But this is really on Hoyle and Hamilton right now. This is their race to lose if they don't cooperate, because Scoinge isn't going to help them. So they've got to link up here.
And Palace has just got back. So we got 3 guys. So they got to calm themselves down, get back into a rhythm.
6.5 miles to go. This is the front of the Caravan, I think. Still trying to find the riders from the helicopter. They're saying 7 seconds, 0.8 miles between Skelmos and Hoyle. I think 7 seconds is accurate. There's Skelmos right there.
He's looking strong. Skelmos looks like he has a good pedal stroke. You see that RPM. He's committed. Man, they've definitely brought a strong team this year.
Question is, where is Hoyle, Hamilton, and Scoinge?
They got to start working together right now. Palace is 2 seconds behind. He must be having a hard day. That last move, that last chase, I mean, he put in a big effort, and then he attacked on top of it.
I love those efforts, though. Even Palace didn't know how much he had left in the tank. It's like driving a car where the gas gauge doesn't work. You just hope that you got enough to get you to the next gas station. So there is Skelmos. That's a moto on the front, and then Skelmos is the rider sort of at the bottom of the picture here.
I keep going back to the heat, and it's so hot out there, and these guys are giving it 100%. Their body temperature is off the charts.
Brutal.
And they're not getting any water because they're in the city. I mean, where are they going to get water? I mean, they're going to 100 miles an hour through the feed zones.
The goodness is you get a little bit of shade out there. You see them going through some of the shaded sections. At least that means that the heat won't bake off of the pavement as it so often does on these circuits.
It's true.
Sometimes they'll say 90 or 95, but it feels like 100, 105. Some more riders working their way back through the line. That's going to be like the 3rd or 4th group on the road. Eder Frere and company. Pierre-Andre Cote also in that group. Saw them ride in the front earlier, but they're going to resign to this group now.
Did we just see the winning move? Did we, or do we have another move coming up? Because I don't know what to think right now, because this race has been all over the map.
We're going to see when we get another look at Skelmos and company on the front. The story is really about Hugo Hoyle, Lucas Hamilton, and Tom Scoinge back behind them. But that's Hoyle right there, who has now been picked up by Nielsen Palace. So I think that's the end of the chase group. If Palace is there, Hoyle's not working hard.
What?
That's Hamilton. This is the chase group, and these guys aren't working at all.
No, man. Oh, my God. It's a whole different... The gap's still not that big.
Well, you can visibly see a difference in speed between Skelmos here, the solo rider on the front, and that group of 4 that we just saw. This guy is cruising. These guys are going to fall over if they go any slower.
So I'm go back. Did we just see the winning move, or does somebody have another card?
Yeah. Can't someone attack out of this group? Well, it ain't going to be Scoinge because his guy.
It could be.
That's true.
He might want to go 1-2. I wouldn't put past them. They're feeling that good, that confident. That's what I'm seeing. It's confidence here. These guys are feeling that good about how they're racing as a team. I wouldn't be surprised if he attacks these guys on that same pitch where he dropped them before. He's been saving energy, he's been relaxing. He's looking for that spot because he can see these guys are not feeling good. Are they all committed to second? It could be. But they're not getting second.
now it looks like Palace maybe the freshest guy in this group, although we saw him crack once already. These guys are all just completely broken in the chase group. I don't know if there's anyone that's going to have the legs to try and match Matthias Skelmos up the road here, the Danish national champion, on his final lap out here. Maryland Cycling Classic, as he is just a few miles away from a victory in Baltimore.
4.3 miles to go. Scoins. I could see Scoins going across. Not across to his teammate, maybe. I mean, gotta think about it. You know how tired these legs are? He's ticking along. He's good. These guys, yeah, you're right. I feel like every time they pan back,
this is just not the way that a group about to catch a solo rider up there is riding.
No. They're trying to recompose themselves, figure out what's next. Can they get back there? I would say by the body language, not. Can they get a second? You know, what's going to happen? What are they going to do with this? You know, I've been in this situation when you realize you can't win the race, but do you still want to get on the podium? And what do you have to do next? So, I mean, you have to reevaluate the situation. That might be what they're doing right now. I always wanted, hopefully, in my mind, that always race for the win. You know, if I get fourth, I don't care. I'm going for the win.
Trying to salvage the day here, at least for some of the riders in this group. Up to a minute 5 for Skelmos, and now the latest check. If that is accurate, this guy is gone.
Yeah. But how unconventional that I mean, on paper, he basically attacked to catch his teammate to win the race. But it worked. I mean, it threw enough of a dysfunction in the group that they actually took a better hand, because before they were just sitting at 15 seconds, right? They're sitting at 15 seconds, and for all we knew, the other guys were just kind of letting him sit at 15 seconds.
Yep.
So then as they got closer to the line, they attacked him.
Yep.
So that could be what they saw. That's what he felt. See, we're not in the race, so we can't feel that.
Yeah, so much of this is just the dynamic in the group. It's those little things that you look for as a well-informed rider. You just look for their body language, the way that they're riding, the tactics as you try and game it out and just read as much as you can. Back to the poker thing. It's the tells that you look for. Are they bluffing? Do they really have it in them? And Skelmos have bluffed them all today.
Yeah, Skelmos felt them. He probably said, he probably went on the radio and said, guys, these guys are holding him at 15 seconds. I could tell we're not going hard enough. Let me go across. And they probably had a little discussion, talked it out, said, all right, find this, go around this corner, hit it. If you catch him and go with them. And it didn't seem almost seemed like backfire, because he brought everybody back together.
Yep.
But he was the strongest right at that moment. And so they kept playing the game, kept attacking until they found the right solution.
So now, at 3 miles to go, the real question is who's the best out of the chase group behind Skelmos here, because that's going to determine second and third place on the day, as this guy continues to put time into the breakaway. He'll have time to stop, grab a celebratory beer, and then cheer on his teammate Tom Scoins behind him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm putting my money on Scoins. I mean, he's been sitting there fresh. Here's where he attacked last time.
Yeah.
So Scoins, could have a good little. I mean, right here. Look at that. Look at the change. It's hard to see on the camera, but there is definitely a big pitch right here. And look at, he's fighting the bike. Man, he's moving the bike actually.
We'll see how much Scoins has left, because remember, 2 brutal attacks, spent a lot of time out in front today, and those 3 chasers that are left behind him have been staying pretty calm. Yeah. So they are reporting him out of that group. So it sounds like Scoins has now been dropped by Hoyle, Hamilton, and Paulus. And I'm not seeing him on that moto camera back there either. So I think that's going to be it for Tom Scoins. It is now all in for Matthias Skelmos here. But remember, Skelmos' attack, the winning move, was built on the back of Tom Scoins going all in. So even if Tom's not able to hold on to this group, this will be a victorious day for the Lytle Trek team.
Yep. And you got to think about what caused the difference. I mean, of course, that attack, that sitting out there for so many miles. But when the gap came back, and Powles had to put in that move, not only Powles, but everybody in that group had to dig so deep that put him in the perfect position for Skelmos to be able to get this gap.
Inside 2.5 miles to go. Meanwhile, still waiting for that group of 3 to jump behind him. Does that happen on the line? Does that happen at 1K? If you are Hoyle, Hamilton, or Powless, how do you win out of that group?
I don't see anybody that's really a sprinter in that group, so I don't see neither one wanting to come to sprint. I think they'd feel a lot more comfortable trying to come in alone. But here we go. This is a little steep little group. They're coming into that, when they come into that corner and if they have a little bit of a jump. Look at the city. The city's gorgeous right now.
Well, luckily
backdrop,
for Skelmos up the road, these buildings creating a little bit of a canyon, sheltering him from some of the wind out there. That's good news for a solo rider.
Yeah. Not only that, he's out of sight.
As we get into town, those buildings helping to hide him in what is now a 1:45 gap for Matthias Skelmos.
How quickly does it change, huh? I mean, that's how. I mean, this is why we got to remember there is a tactical reason that these things are happening. Because for it to open up to 145, yes, there's a physical attribute to it, and there's also an emotional part that these guys are really out there. Who has it more? Who wants it more? And here they are. Look at this. They are tired, man. These legs, they're coming in. They're coming in. They're not defeated, but they've had a hard day, and they're now trying to think out, how am I going to get second? How am I going to get on the podium? One of these guys will not make the podium, and that's also something really important to a lot of the riders. .4 miles to go. It looks like we have a winner.
It's been a good year for Matthias Skelmos and his Lidl Trek team. Won the Tour de Suisse earlier this year, and now he's going to add the Maryland Cycling Classic to his Palmares from 2023. And all Skelmos has to do here is survive the final 1.1 miles of racing. Freddie, you know this feeling well when you're into those last miles. Maybe not as a sprinter. You didn't have a lot of scenarios where you would have known at a mile out, but you certainly know the feeling of knowing that you've won the bike race.
Yeah, no, I know. I've had those feelings where I've gone away and when you have to win. And those are beautiful moments where you can just ride it in. I rarely had this occasion because I was literally coming around with the guy at the line, but no, it's fun to see these. But guess who's our highest ranked UCI rider in this race? You're looking at him right there. So, statistics don't lie, his record doesn't lie, and he's putting that record to, he's showing us why. Look he's standing on the pedals. He's dancing on the pedals.
And this is why, even with a 1:45 lead, this guy still putting time in. This is a stage racer through and through.
Not only a stage racer, but a guy that knows how to win. What happened, what we saw back there was beautiful. The tactics behind it, the teamwork, the sacrifice. And here he comes. Zip up that jersey.
Yeah. Well, a great champion
to
have here at the Maryland Cycling Classic, as he thanks the steed underneath him, the Trek that will guide him to victory today at the Maryland Cycling Classic, presented by United Healthcare.
Now our next step is to see the cat and mouse behind. Look at that, look at that. He is moving.
What a great year for the Lidl Trek team and Matthias Skelmos with a win at Tour de Suisse. Had some great classics results, his national championships this year as well. Second at Flèche Wallonne, a 9th at Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and now he can add the Maryland Cycling Classic to his resume.
Congratulations, that was a ride. Wow. Look at
Matthias Skelmoza with hands in the air for the Little Trek team, your winner at the second edition of the Maryland Cycling Classic.
That is a win. Look at him.
Dominant fashion.
And then we get to see the lead out here. Oh, look at this. Whoa.
Alice.
Alice playing a little tactical.
Going wide. These guys
wide.
trying to figure out second, third, and fourth place. One guy getting caught out of the podium.
He doesn't want to lead it out. Definitely, I feel he's the fastest guy in this group.
For sure. This is a game of musical chairs right now. It's about who can be the last guy to be last in line. Palace is in the best position right now. You want to attack from the back of the group, and that's exactly where he's sitting. So Nielsen Palace wants to stay there, and hopefully for him, they won't force him to get back up there.
Here they come around last corner. He's last position, perfect position. It's a slow sprint, man. That is hard. When you've been out there for so long, you have to pick the right gear. You can't be over-geared because then you can't get up to speed. You can't be under-geared.
Hamilton waiting for the sprint. Euler waiting for the sprint. They know what's coming. Waiting around for Palace to launch.
Not yet. Not yet.
Hamilton still looking back. Palace waiting. Remember, this is all about catching these guys off guard. That's why they're watching here. Palace is going to be in a tough spot. They're both looking at it. This looks like a match sprint on the track.
It does, doesn't it?
Look at the gap Palace has given himself. A little bit of room to work with. What do you do here, Freddie? How do you surprise him?
Basically, if you're at the front, you got to wait till the moment where you feel like you could go. You have to go a little bit earlier because if you wait too long, and from the back, you have to surprise them. You got the best angle from the back, so they're looking back. So he needs to pick a moment when they look back, and then as soon as they look forward, you go. Almost, you want to time it perfectly. So you see that look back, all those look backs. You don't want to go when they're looking back.
Right after.
They're looking back.
Palace is going to have to go to the right here. I don't think they'll have a clean line to the left. Here
Wow, there we go. Boom.
Got the jump. Nielsen Palace goes on the attack from 200 meters out. And he will hold on for a silver medal in Maryland.
That was a good ride for him.
Great ride. Hugo Hoyle going to hold on for third. And then Team Jaco Alula with Lucas Hamilton taking fourth.
You got to remember, he was outnumbered.
Yeah.
He got dropped. He put in the hardest effort to try to bring the group back together. To get second, that's a good result.
Be interesting to see where Tom Scoinch ends up on the day today, wherever he is in this group.
I think he's a happy man. I mean, you want your team to win.
And see a little bit of celebration.
Yeah,
There's Tom's. That was almost the exact celebration that I was talking about from Laguna Seca.
He's a happy man.
Nice.
His team won. They played it so well.
And mission accomplished today for that Lytle Trek team. It could not have gone any better for them. Remember, the win today for Skelmoza wouldn't have happened without that move by Tom Scoinch, because Skelmoza's separation was set up off the back of Scoinch's move. And I got to think they had that one planned. That would just seem too perfect to be a coincidence.
Yeah. I think what they really had planned is they wanted to say, you know, it looks like they're giving you a gap. Let me come across. Let me help you, see if we can both together. But the other guys did. That tells you that they had something left. The fact that they were able to close that gap tells me that they had something left. And so he played the right move, because if they'd left him out there a little longer, maybe this whole scenario would have been different.
Well, the fans here in Baltimore still awaiting the rest of the riders to make their way through. Still waiting on our gruppetto with whoever's left in the group to make their way back through. We'll get to our podium presentations as well. But man, what a way for a lot of these guys getting down towards the end of the season. That's a nice way to go out at the end of the year for the Lytle Trek squad.
That's a great way to go out. I mean, the other thing is, like, you know, you go out there and you put everything into the race. You've been out there for over 5 hours. You've been suffering. It's 97 degrees. You put everything on the line, and you finish this race, and you're back alive. You've won the race. Look, he looks like he went out for an easy ride.
He looks just fresh as a daisy out there, doesn't he? Meanwhile, the other guys around the TV compound here not looking so fresh.
You know, I've always said that about bike racing. When I tell people that when I've won my biggest races, I didn't give it 100%. I tactically gave it 100%. I mentally gave it 100%. but maybe I didn't have to put all my eggs in there. You know, I found the right solution. The right solution doesn't mean 100% solution.
Yeah, the right solution is the most efficient solution.
Exactly.
Those are the laziest people I know, you professional bike racers.
Yeah, really lazy, man. It's like, how to save mounts.
A beautiful view of the harbor here.
What a backdrop for a finish, huh?
Yeah, what a great place to end. Big time sports in downtown Baltimore. You see Camden Yards there, which will be starting to fill up here as the #1 ranked Baltimore Orioles get ready to continue their campaign. So
you got to remember that Baltimore held the first U.S. professional championships.
Yeah.
So there's history here for bike racing.
Had a
Here's the
stop.
next round. Look at these guys.
Tour de Trump finish here as well as the rest of the group sprinted out. Legion going to go to the line here.
That's a great ride from them.
With a bike throw. I love it.
That's a great ride. Being surrounded by World Tour riders, that's impressive. What a day for these guys. How it played out. Perfect weather. Oh, there's Mateo. Man.
This is Jorgensen in the Team USA kit. He had some big expectations for the day today, but you know, sometimes you just have to chalk it up to the way that things played out, right?
It's tough when you're on your own.
That's not to say that these guys that didn't make that selection aren't good bike racers or don't have the legs. So much of it is just timing, and I hate to say luck because these guys are the best at what they do. Like the best guy won today. There's no question about it, but he was also in the right place at the right time.
Yep. He has to pick those moments, and he probably picked some moments that didn't work out, you know, and he can't follow everything because he's alone. But again, you know, our second place finisher, American,
great
ranked
ride.
16th in the world. He'll get some extra little points here. He might be moving up on that ranking. So pretty impressive. We have some amazing U.S. riders right now.
See Hugo Hoyle in third place, the Canadian, with Lucas Hamilton holding on for fourth from Team Jayco Alula. Maybe the ride of the day for Tom Scoinge into fifth place with the solo breakaway. Started the move and still held on for a top 5 ride.
Exactly. Yeah, that was it. I mean, that teamwork, that efficiency, even though to us it looked chaotic, because we thought, what is he doing? What are they doing? And look at the finish.
Going to be interesting to see who is awarded the RX Benefits Most Inspirational Riders jersey today. I think you know who our vote goes to.
Exactly. I think we know who should have that jersey.
All right, sounds like we've got our race winners down on course. Let's see if we can go down to Rasan Bahati as he tries to grab a word with our riders at the finish line.
I'm here with the 2023 winner of the Maryland Cycling Classic. How does it feel?
Oh, I'm really happy. This race is really important for the Little Trek team, and to win here and really showing a great teamwork is really important for us, and to take the win is really special for me.
You know, I had a chance to talk to Tom at the beginning of the race, and he talked about just 1-2, 1-2, hitting guys left and right. I think towards the end of the race, you guys had numbers. How did that play out?
I mean, Tom's was super strong. I was super strong. I think both of us could have won, but yeah, Tom's made a good attack, and I was just waiting for my moment, and it finally happened towards the end. And yeah, as Tom says before the race, we went 1-2 all the time, just playing each other good, if you can say it like this. And then yeah, in the end, the guys cracked behind when I attacked the last time.
I mean, you have had a fantastic year. Tour de Suisse, you just recently was on the podium with your country mate in Denmark. How does this rank among some of the victories that you've had this year?
No, I mean, it's special because, as I said before, it's a big race for Trek. There's not so many American races left, and to be able to perform here and really give a good show, not only winning, is really special for us. So it's right up there with the Tour de Suisse and national win.
We really love watching you here, and we hope you come back to the Maryland Cycling Classic. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I would love to. It's an amazing country.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A worthy winner today, that's for sure.
Yes.
No question about it. Skelmo is having a great year with that Little Trek team.
Yeah. And you heard him say it. playing off each other. They know how to play the game. Like I always said, to me, bike racing, the thing I love most about bike racing, it's a game. It's a fun
strategy
game.
to it.
It's a fun game once you really get into it, and it's fun sharing it with the crowd, sharing with people that are learning first time watching this race. You know, this is what cycling's about. You know, this is the beauty about it. This tactical, this hard work, this, you know, just grit sometimes that the guys have to put out. You know what Powless did at that moment to try to bring that back. I mean, he literally had to pull off to the side of the road for a second and you know, plug the engine back in. It's like his body was like, pretty impressive to come back and then get second again.
Well, this course once again delivers an exciting race, and looking forward to year 3 next year, because we have seen 2 very different endings to the race into Baltimore here, and year 3 next year is set to be another exciting one.
Exciting. We're starting to see a real classic, Maryland Classic. And the amount of riders we saw toward the finish. I mean, how many guys made it onto the finishing circuit? Because that was our big question. You know, can we get numbers into the finish? And we did.
More and more teams starting to figure it out, which means more and more teams starting to take the Maryland Cycling Classic a little more seriously, spending a little more time on tactics and research as they look for a victory here. And the very valuable American market. I mean, who doesn't want to get a win for their sponsors in the United States?
No. And that was probably one of the biggest things I got from all the directors. They did not, this year they didn't come back and underestimate the race. They knew it was a tough race. They needed to send a really strong team, and they all did.
A lot of teams sort of shifting their roster away from sprinters and towards what we call rollers, all-arounder guys.
A one-day racer.
Like a Nielsen Powless, someone like that. So I think a lesson learned from year 1 in 2022. Corrected for 23, and Lytle Trek gets it right. With Skittle Moser.
So now we're not in a situation. Look at that tactic.
Yeah, this is Powless jumping for second place. And you got to remember, those guys have been watching Powless for like a minute and a half waiting for that move to come.
Did you see how many times they looked back? And as soon as they looked forward, he was gone. It was almost predictable.
But that is one of the little things that you learn as a bike racer. That's one of the great things about having you in the booth, a 4-time U.S. professional road national champion. It's the little tells that you look for, and Powless got it right today out of that group. Not the result he was looking for, but second place, not bad.
Not bad, and another situation where he's put into, even though it's not for the win, it's still winning the sprint. So now he has another level of understanding of what he needs to do for the next time is in that winning situation. It all works out in the long run.
Well, Tom Skoinge into 5th place with his teammate Matthias Skjelmose at the top. Powless ended up 2nd. And then Hoyle and Hamilton having great days. We didn't get to talk a lot about them. They're going to get lost in the shuffle of the story of this day. But Hoyle and Hamilton can walk away with their heads held high. They were in the winning move in a big-time bike race at the Maryland Cycling Classic.
As you remember before, Team Jayco, we felt that they had the strongest team. They had the numbers.
Now they had Simon Yates headed into this one. EF gets Mikel Honoré up there as well for the EF Education Easy Post squad into 6th. How about Scott McGill? Top 10 ride for a Maryland rider. Into 7th for the Human Powered Health team from Falston, Maryland. Another American inside the top 10. He can be pumped with that result.
Not only can he be pumped, but this is a quality rider. We got to keep an eye on this kid. He is the next level for us.
And McGill ran a full cyclocross campaign last year, so I have to imagine he'll be getting ready to shift back over to cyclocross season now. So wrap up road and get ready to put some thicker tires on.
Well, he definitely has a foundation to have a good season.
Going to have some good fitness headed into the beginning of that season, that's for sure. Hopefully he gets at least a little time off to recover, get a little rest, maybe spend some time with friends and family after a long season on the road. A lot of times you don't get to see those folks until September, October, November, when your season starts to wrap up.
You got to remember, this race is so tough. You cannot hide in this race. If you have a good result here, this is a real deal.
If you are on one of those lower tier teams, this is where you get noticed in a top 10 result like this. That's where a team like Lytle Trek looks at that list and says, you know what, maybe we could use that guy in our squad for next year.
Definitely. When you look at somebody like Scott, it's like for me, McGill, that's somebody, if I was a director and I wanted a good worker, a good leader, a good teammate, I'd be looking at him.
Yeah. There's a lot of talent in the really top 20 in that selection that I think a lot of these World Tour teams could use in their campaigns. All right, let's go back down to Rahsaan Bahati on course with another podium finisher. Rahsaan. I'm still trying to get
Nico and Harrison Wood.
All right, I'm ready. Test, 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 test. I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Test, testing, test.
All right, Rahsaan, we've got you here.
All right, I'm here with Neilson Powless. The end of the race was absolutely amazing. Didn't really work out in your favor. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it turned out to be another really aggressive, hard day of racing in Baltimore. Something about this course just makes the race very selective, and I think it's probably the heat and the hilly terrain out in the countryside. But when we got to the end, it was just a slugfest, and yeah, I was a little bit outnumbered by a few other teams there. Jayco and Trek both came into the final circuit with two riders, and I was on my own. But my team did a really good job. I think we really, decided the race going around the reservoir, the Pretty Boy Reservoir. I think we were the ones that made that real first selection. And I did one better than last year, but unfortunately, one place off of the top step.
I know it's fresh off crossing the finish line for second place. Sprint looked absolutely amazing. Is there anything you think you could have changed in the finale to make sure that the lady guys didn't get away from you?
I don't know. It was always going to be a tough fight. Tom Scoynes and Matthias Gelmoze, they're both two incredibly strong riders on Trek. And when we came into the circuit and there were two of them and I was on my own, I knew it was going to be a really, really tough race to try to beat them because they can just 1-2 you the whole time. And in the end, Skelmos was just a bit too strong, but I think I got the best result I could have had today.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys look good. You rode a really good race, came up a little short, but we hope to have you back here at the Maryland Cycling Classic next year.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Well, disappointing day for Neilson Powless, but sometimes you just got to find the silver lining in things.
Yeah, come back next year. Yeah. One more podium. I mean, he's a competitor. He's a winner. He knows how to win. And we'll see him back here.
Remember, we also saw our State of Maryland King of the Mountain competition where David Lozano won the first two of the day. That was enough to lock him into the State of the Maryland King of the Mountain competition. So he will be our polka dot jersey winner. Oscar Sevilla got one of those KOMs, so that puts him into second. And then Marco Frigo in that breakaway along with Lucas Hamilton picking up some points. But David Lozano going to be our State of Maryland King of the Mountain jersey. That's a great result for Novo Nordisk. They're going to walk away with a jersey from the Maryland Cycling Classic. I would say mission accomplished for that squad.
Mission accomplished, yes. Very aggressive, played it well, smart moves.
Lozano beating Sevilla to the line fair and square. Sevilla gave him a good run for his money both times to the KOM, and Lozano beat him straight up to the line both times in that sprint. So a worthy winner in our State of Maryland King of the Mountain Champions jersey competition. Also got to start thinking about our Kelly Benefits Best Young Riders jersey. That'll be the top placed U25 rider, I believe, on the general classification. And I think that should stay with Skelmoze at 22 years old. top placed young rider in the general classification. So he will not only take the United Healthcare Race Champions jersey, but also the Kelly Benefits Best Young Riders jersey.
It goes to show you how deep the young talent is right now. I've never seen it this high at this young of an age.
Well, I'm on the edge of my seat waiting to see who's awarded the RX Benefits Most Inspirational Riders jersey.
Are you going to protest?
There's going to be a riot in this booth.
Oh, do we have a veto power here?
We do not. We have no power here. See the expo area in full swing as well. Really great to see Baltimore embracing this race. You talked about some of the history here with a national championship, a finish to the Tour de Trump one year. So big time bike racing has been in Baltimore before, and it's back, and I think it's here to stay.
I think so. I mean, what I got from the crowd, from the fans, from the people I've met, they're so excited about this. They're so nice. Everybody's so loving here. I've had a very good experience here. I'm coming back.
We'll have to come out a few days early, do a little sightseeing.
Yes.
So maybe ride a little bit, check out the waterfront. Maybe they'll let us drive one of those Coast Guard boats around.
That'd be pretty.
Just waiting on our podium presentation here, getting all the riders together. Freddie, now you know what it feels like to be on the other side of waiting for this podium.
You know what? I definitely enjoyed it. Thank you, Brad. I mean, time flew by, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, a lot easier on this side of the mic, isn't it?
Yes. I definitely had an easier time to be in the peloton. But definitely, commentating in the back end, trying to see what's happening in the race has been really fun. Really fun trying to predict and see and give you guys information. We have a rider lost right now saying, how do I get home?
This is another battle that you have to deal with. Where's the team bus part?
Yes. Well, trust me, I've gotten lost.
Yeah, I believe
races.
I believe it.
You're in foreign countries, you're in another place, and I've done like an extra hour bike ride trying to get back to the hotel.
Luckily for these riders, the team hotel is just a few blocks away, so they should at least be able to get back to the hotel if they can't find the car or van.
They'll quickly realize once they start going back uphill, they've gone too far.
There you go. That's us next year, Freddie. You and me.
Yes, me.
Cruising around in one of the little paddle boats out there.
And the festivities are still going. There's people out there having fun, enjoying the weather. It's hot. It is hot, but enjoying the heat, because that is nice too sometimes, to be able to get out there and enjoy the sun.
Yeah, the organizers here did a really good job of trying to engage some of the local fans here in Baltimore. They had some fan zones presented by PNC Bank. You see one right there, including right at the finish line. They had one at the Baltimore Aquarium. There was one over at Harbor East. They had one set up at Guilford Hall Brewing, and the start line up at Kelly Benefits out in Sparks as well. Well, there's our first shot of the podium, which means we should see some riders start to make their way up shortly.
Yep. I always enjoyed this part of the racing. It's a little bit of a calm after the big storm.
Yeah.
And there's the expo zone again. For those of you that haven't made it out a trip out to, are listening to us and want to come out next year and be able to, feel the race and be part of the race. There's a lot to do here, a lot of fun stuff to do.
Yeah.
And bring your bike.
Yeah, put this one on the calendar. Come ride. I would say the other thing that they do really well here is granting access to the riders. We had a lot of fans over the last few days that were looking for their favorite riders that were coming to town, and I think they've all been able to get the autographs and pictures and stuff that they wanted. Yeah. So really great access to your favorite athletes as well here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. Another great reason to come out and enjoy the bike race.
I'm expecting to see a local bike race in 10 years.
Yeah.
I met some young 10-year-old kids that were very enthusiastic and very excited about getting into the sport, and they could be the next Nielsen Palace. They could be there.
We met Nielsen Palace's super fan Owen last night. He got to help present some of the teams at the team presentation out there. Another great opportunity to meet the teams, kind of get some FaceTime with your favorite riders.
There you go. Owen, 10 years from now.
We'll be looking for you. All right, looks like we are ready to go with our podium presentation, so let's go down to Chad Andrews.
Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for our podium presentation. In third place, and our bronze medalist for Israel Premier Tech, please welcome Ugo Ula. Al Hutchinson of Visit Baltimore to present the flowers. Wait. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, out of the USA, your birthday boy for EF Education, Nielsen Powless. And David Wickman, Four Corners Foundation and Human Powered Health to present the flowers. Your 2023 champion, your gold medalist from Denmark, racing for Lidl Trek, Matthias, give it up, Skelmoose! To present New Jersey, Joe Okapinti, United Healthcare. Oh, the whole family, Joe Okapinti. Mayor Brandon Scott. The trophy presenter, Mayor Brandon Scott. He'll be coming up in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, your top three! Now, John Kelly of Kelly Benefits to present the champagne. Once again, your top three, Hugo Hula, Israel Premier Tech, Nielsen Powless, EF Education, Easy Post, and your champion, Matthias Skelmoose, Lidl Trek.
Well, what a day here at the Maryland Cycling Classic. A full day of action with 121.8 miles, but Freddie, a worthy winner at the end of the day today.
Yes, definitely a worthy winner. An amazing day. How fast time flies, right? And you're having fun.
Some incredible roads, incredible riding, incredible fans, and an incredible day. So for Freddie Rodriguez, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching. We'll see you next year for the Maryland Cycling Classic.